Hey everybody. This is the perfect time to come in is on this song. All this loud yelling. Hey. How we doing? That was not the right rat dance, but yeah. Hey everybody. Welcome to the early Thursday stream. Hey God's Badass played. Hey Leon. Hey Goblin. How y'all doing? And Koji, of course. No worries, Leon. I'm sorry you gotta go to work. I'm sick today, so there's gonna be some low energy. It's weird. I just feel like I feel like I'm moving in slow motion today and yesterday. It's a little hard for me to concentrate, so I'll do my best. Nice. I'll give you a vocal one here, Blade. Have a nice day. It's not COVID. I tested for COVID twice, but it's definitely just like some sort of... I'm just really tired. Like every time I think I feel good, I like stand up. I'm like, oh, I feel pretty good now. I stand up and my legs are just like super weak. I'm like, oh, that's weird. Mr. walks like 7 miles a day over here with the weak legs. So, but I'll be fine. It could be low iron. Yeah, see, I've had COVID a couple times this year, but that's the last time I remember getting really sluggish. So maybe I'm just like symptomatic, but not testing positive. But anyway. This translates to value for you when it comes to streaming. Oh, hi Robin. Robin's awake. He's been asleep on my bed all morning. Wants in my lap, so he can come in my lap. But I talked about doing this stream on Tuesday. I'm back streaming again. If you missed the Tuesday re-premiere, it's not really a premiere. Robin's here, hugging him. But
Show bed.
I want to play some coin game. There's a whole bunch of new coin game stuff that got added in the last like year and a half since I played it. I love the coin game. I just haven't had time to play it. I keep forgetting about it. And there's a bunch of documentaries I want to watch. They're not real documentaries. They're old UFO documentaries that are very debunked now for the most part. Hey Toucans. But I'm very picky when it comes to like esoteric, alien, ghost documentaries. I really don't give a shit if it came out recently. I actually prefer the stuff that's like 20 to 30 years old, because a lot of the stuff is usually proven wrong, and there's just a lot of weird opinions that get shared in these videos that you usually don't hear because like the consensus of what should be considered a UFO or whatever has kind of like condensed into being kind of boring nowadays. So, oh, thank you, Toucans. That's great. Yeah, Shining. I need to go back to Shining in the Darkness. I keep thinking about it, but I'm just like, oh man, that map. My map got so garbage. Yeah, I mean, like, I have a pretty good lineup of docs here to watch. Stuff I've been wanting to watch. A lot of these are TV specials from like the early 90s, mid 90s, but there's a whole movie in here too. There's a few things. I have another movie I want to show you. We'll probably watch second. That's not a documentary unless you want to think it's a documentary. That's well, you'll see. It's created by the Unarius Academy for Science. Is what I'll say. So we'll watch that. That I've seen before. It is fucking gorgeous, even if it is batshit. It is legitimately one of the prettiest movies I've ever watched. Yeah, like that's the thing is like I want the stuff. I want the UFO stuff where it's clearly a plane, where it's just they had bad video footage or whatever, you know. So that's why the one that spurred this on is the thing we're gonna be watching first, which is a crop circles documentary that came out like a couple weeks after crop circles were debunked as a hoax of like 2 guys. So there's your fact for the day. If you didn't know that, crop circles are 100% confirmed a hoax. Like 99% of the, like 95% of the crop circles in the world are created by people. I hate to tell you this, but as someone who was terrified of aliens when I was a kid, crop circles are very fake. So keep that in mind going into this. Well, I mean, the 1% are just the ones that haven't been claimed, so I would say, but they're so obviously fake. Oh yeah, the cultist one. I actually watched that on my own this year, the Halloween Trick or Treat. Was that the one we watched? We watched a little bit of that on tape, but I finally watched that myself, and that is actually like a really great doc in how bad it is and how fucking terrible it is. That was such a good watch on tape that we should just watch it on YouTube at some point. But yeah, even once we got past the horrible fake lies about abuse and all that, which sucked ass and brought the whole stream down. But anyway, I digress. I wanted to get more into these like mixed media streams because I didn't actually like. Yeah, exactly. Crop circles are clearly like a tourist thing, but we'll get into that. Like, very clearly to create tourism, which is fine. But I've been wanting to do more mixed media streams and stuff. I've been feeling pretty inspired. Today I'm gonna do some work after stream. I'm gonna do some new layout, maybe a new starting screen here. The GIFs aren't going anywhere, but I need to add more. There's not enough rat GIFs. We've been using the same ones for like a year now, I think, since I redid this screen, tightened it up. Now that I know how to rip them like very easily and very quickly, I need to be able to make my own rat GIFs. Some of these are ones, like I made a couple of these myself, like the Ritz the Rat one, the Roblox one, and the Halo Rat one below it. And I could do better now. I can do a lot better than that, so. Yeah, exactly. We need some. It's all cartoon rats right now, for the most part, I would say. But we don't need 2 Roblox rat gifs. This is ridiculous. But we'll walk around the coin game a little bit. Didn't show that off, but I might get the. I'll probably pause the dark. Well, I have a fursuit rat up left. He's just blocked by album art Leon. But we'll watch the doc too. But I think I'll probably want to get coin game going up and running before we watch it, so. But everything, I tested everything. Everything should be good. Vivaldi's been misbehaving, I will say. Like, it keeps resizing my window for some reason whenever I put it in OBS, so we're just gonna do this. I think it doesn't like it when I put it on my second monitor specifically. So let me see if this will play. Okay. I'm not watching. I refuse. I'm not engaging in Steamboat Willie discourse. I appreciate the thought. I can't fall down that hole. It's too early. I gotta wait for it to shake out. Also, Robin's leaving now because I'm talking to. Not discourse. I you know what? That's the wrong word. That's a loaded word. You're right. It's more like once something good comes out of it. Okay, stop. Once something good comes out of the Steamboat Willie, I'll change direction on it. But nothing good's come out of the Winnie the Pooh crap. Oh no, Blade, you're totally fine. This is not. Don't bring that up. That is me going. Oh, I'm not engaging in it yet. It's too early for me. Yeah, no, this is definitely not like a chastisement. I'm not chastising you. I'm just stating my opinion on it. So no worries. Yeah, see, like that stuff's great. Oh. Anyway, this is Coin Game. If you haven't seen it, this is like basically a VR chat where you're just alone in a world full of arcade games. They've added new stuff. There's a mall now. They added these pants to the girl model and gave her an ass, and it says coin on it for some reason. I don't really know why they did that. While the man, like the guy character, still looks like this. I streamed this like in April 2 years ago, so it's been almost 2 years since I played this on stream or otherwise. So it's not. There's not a lot to it. I think we watched Dotch Cooking Show. I think when I was playing this before, and we were getting everyone was getting way more into Dotch Cooking Show than Coin Game, which is totally fine. So let me know in the comments if you don't want to watch the Coin Game. if the video becomes more entertaining than the Coin Game, we will swap. I don't mind doing that. These are both things that take about 50% of my attention span. That's why I'm combining them. Yeah, she did not look like this. They definitely redid this model, so I only looked into the most recent update. Also, if Robin wants that, I gotta go let him know. Robin. Yeah, they definitely redid her model for gamer tastes. I guess for boy gamer taste. The coin pins are. I would buy those. I would buy those for myself. But let's get into this. There's a mall. There's all these new arcades. And gamers left in the cold yet again. We'll be boy in our bad slip-on Vans. Right? It's just like this is kind of an outfit. This is like no shoes. This is pretty cool. Go with this one. Anyway, we're gonna start a new save file because I lost my old survival. I didn't watch. I watched some of the Game Awards. I didn't see most of it. I was at work during it, which is usually what happens. So survival mode, there's health and energy, and if you don't get home by the end of the day, you just lose. I think that's how the stream ended for this game before. I think that's why I stopped playing. Was like my long-time survival file ended, and I was like, well, that's fine. This is a perfect time too. So now that there's a bunch of new content, we're gonna survive. we're gonna we're gonna unlock lots of gifts and pawn them back for money, so we can play more arcade games. And that's kind of the cycle. That's the cycle of this game is play. Oh yeah, the Steam Awards stuff. I have my opinions about the Steam Awards. I think a lot of that was largely just I mean, they're all publicity stunts, but I think that one specifically was like the games don't match up is all I'm gonna say. But I also don't really know. I also don't really keep up on game stuff as a point of like brain inoculation to keep myself from going crazy. So let's get this loaded. Let's get the documentary loaded. So this one's on YouTube. The rest are going to be on archive.org. So this one might play a little weird and have like commercials, but I'll try to mute it where I can. This first one is yeah, games are bad. There's too many games now. This first one is Equinox: The Strange Case of Crop Circles. This one aired on channel 4, I believe. I don't actually know if scrolling down shows that on your side. Yeah. Yeah, this one aired on channel 4 in the UK. And like I said, this aired like 2 weeks before the crop circles were debunked by the two guys in the UK that were making them and where it all started. So this is very weird. I think it's like about an hour long. It's really loud. It's because it's an alarm. I do have controllers. I do have a stick. Oh, I got a flashlight. I've never actually used the controller for this game, so it's gonna be interesting to figure it out. But anyway, let's watch Equinox. Yeah, it's true. The internet's now. This is the curious case, the strange case of crop circles. Excuse me. I'll try to watch the volume levels. Let me know if anything's like too loud. I'll actually put like a text thing up here. Oh, I need to pause this. This time is passing.
This summer, mysterious circles appeared again in fields of crops all over the West Country. There's still no universally accepted explanation for these beautiful mysteries, although there have been many contenders, from electrified whirlwinds to intelligences from outer space. As the phenomenon has grown summer after summer, so
okay, I'll turn it down in a sec for sure. Thank you.
Between the competing explanations. And at the heart of that battle lies a struggle for the soul of science itself.
I'm less concerned about the game sounds because there's really not a lot.
Westbury White Horse
Probably
is a
turn
major
that down right
tourist
now.
attraction in this part of Wiltshire. But then, as summer comes, a new tourist attraction springs up: crop circles. These circles, up to 300 feet in diameter, appear mysteriously, often at dead of night. Their remarkable geometric symmetry draws in thousands of visitors.
I could use my keyboard for this. It's to keep our duck fed.
To do more than just look. They measure and record every detail of the circles. Throughout the summer months, new circles appear. Their imprint becomes even sharper in a ripe and brittle crop.
What kind of food we got in here? We got a... Yeah, we want
For
that
some
6-pack of
visitors,
cola. We're
crop
bringing that with
circles are
us.
a source of creative inspiration.
Let's go earn some money. Oh yeah, we're watching it together.
Was inspired by the crop circles at Silbury Hill in 1989. And the dance itself has a particular form. It's a very processional form. It also is...
So here's the world.
It has
Generally, we go to the
crop itself.
Generally, we go to the arcade around here, Larry's Arcade, but there's so much now. There's One-Eyed Billy's, there's the water park, there's the mall.
Which is very unstructured.
There's the UFO
And
point.
that lack of structure, which mirrors really some of the energy that is often felt in these crop circles, a very spinning energy, very much mirrors the situation that we have, this challenge of these crops.
Got jobs too.
We don't
I think I've done the babysitting.
We don't know what they're about. So we have the challenge between, if you like, the scientific form that
We go deliver some papers.
The metaphysical or the spiritual.
Others come into crop circles for psychic communion.
I had a very strong ET being coming through there with a silvery suit and 3 fingers and a very a rather interesting cummerbund that I see this one has got on as well. And this band,
Okay, let's deliver some
I've had
papers.
on other sort of spiritual energies that have
Gotta
come
pay for
through,
to deliver
because they
papers,
find
really?
The density of the earth, you know, the frequency of the earth is far too much for them to handle. And it appears this cummerbund.
Right, so I just have to drop these in
around the-
mailboxes, so
we would know as
pretty
the
simple.
emotional centre, kind of balances out the frequencies of their system.
The circle phenomenon is comparatively recent. 10 years ago, crop circles were virtually unknown. A handful of historic references have been unearthed, like this 1678 tract, which attributes a circle.
They're definitely
path
on
to the
something.
devil.
They were
Remember
desperately looking
seeing
for anything at
circles
this
in the
time.
middle years of this century.
My family farmed near Winchester in Hampshire for 30 years, and we've had circles, but never more exotic patterns, occurring in cornfields virtually throughout that period.
But the phenomenon only began to take off in 1980, when a photograph in a Wiltshire paper of a circle near Westbury White Horse.
This is the hardest thing in the world, is putting this newspaper away.
The number of circles recorded has grown
Okay, Blade.
dramatically every year since then. By 1990,
Me too, Leon.
over 2,000 had been spotted all over the world. But they
Like,
remain overwhelmingly a Wiltshire
I'm from the
phenomenon.
US, but I never really got to watch a
Over
lot of
50%
BBC stuff.
Of all the circles found since 1980 have been in Wiltshire. The circles have become part of local culture and commerce.
Take up the business for the pub, and it was lucky that it happened around this area. We've had loads of people coming down. Okay, so we've got the corn circle cocktail going.
Corn circle
Which is quite good.
cocktail.
It makes you see corn circles after you've drunk it.
Many people as we can on the floor for a corn circle dance. Go. 5, 6, 7, 8, and back.
I really enjoy documentaries from other countries. Like I've watched, I mean,
For them, the circle
at least like
becomes a mixed
I've watched a lot of English-speaking ones. I want to get into other ones too, of course.
The
But like
Wednesday when they appeared,
Canadian documentaries are
first
crazy
weekend.
too, in a good way.
probably 500 or 600 people went down into them. At that stage, I endeavoured to stop them by putting a sign up saying, "Please keep out, you're damaging the crop." That didn't work at all. I was trying to encourage them to go up on the hill behind to view them from up on the hill, but the need was to get in the circle to feel any vibes that there might have been. So rather than discourage them, I
Deliver more papers.
put
We
a
deliver the whole route, we get a
caravan
bonus.
down a little chute, which was the only way into the field. So that was a fortunate point from my point of view of controlling people coming into the field. And people were very willing
Fucking
to
alien
come
in the
down,
shadow right there.
pay to go in and see them, and they were satisfied, and I was satisfied. So yes, I mean about 5,000 to 7,000 people, I suppose, came through.
By last summer, crop
It's,
circles had
I
become
think it was
big
aliens that
in
made that
Copper,
horse.
and Wiltshire.
Game's too loud.
Somebody's only gone and trampled down our corn in the top field, that's all. It was flattened. Flattened in shapes and patterns.
What's it mean?
It's a sign, if you ask me.
Sign of what?
The Lord works in mysterious ways.
Oh no, that's from the show. That sound. The music. Oh, it does work really
As
well.
as an Archer's storyline, they've appeared on album covers. And Circles provided the basis for a surprise bestseller, which sold over 50,000 copies. What consumes people with curiosity about the phenomenon of the circles is what's actually making them.
Could be wind conditions and weather. Weather can play some interesting tricks.
So I need energy too.
It's the wind. Because I don't think the wind would make it so even.
I think if it was aliens, why aren't they speaking to us in English? and what worries me about the circles is they're too kind of
Yeah, it was weather.
too symbolic, which makes me think that, that it's wags.
Well, it seems to me.
Leon, what does wags mean? You're from this area. You're not. I know you're not British, right? Yeah, but well, I don't know the slang wags. And not really this area, but just the UK. Or not the UK. I'm sorry. I know you're not. British. I just want you to know this. I promise I don't.
What are you thinking you're about?
Yeah, you're in Scotland. Okay, I wouldn't remember if you were, I was like 99% sure you're Scottish, so I didn't know what wags meant. It probably means like BS or penis, yeah.
Have reignited a smouldering dispute between two fundamentally opposed ways of interpreting the natural world.
No. No microaggressions.
What's interesting about crop circles?
If there's one thing I know, it's that people who are not who are not British hate to be told they're British, and that's completely fair.
Between science and parascience. And
sorry, I just got a call.
Phenomenon for knowledge.
You left the message.
UFOs, parapsychology. Now, looking back after these controversies are settled, it's often very hard to see what all the fuss was about. And it's often very hard to see what distinguishes...
The micro, yeah, if you're little and angry, that counts.
But at the time of the controversy, the battle really rages and is extremely virulent in form. And that's where we are now with crop circles.
This game is so loud.
As I'm sure you've all seen before, is that the end one...
Since the 17th century, the prevailing way of interpreting the natural world has been that of orthodox science.
Or free stuff.
We have got, in essence, if I do it with two, we have got...
Newton's vision, refined and developed by 19th and 20th century physics,
Can't buy
views
that.
the world as a system governed by implacable natural laws, accessible through the operations of logic and reason.
Newton's cradle. Simple example.
Alien invasion happening right here.
Of the third law of motion. So if we were to try and...
Generations of school children have learned...
Alright, I gotta make money before I can play games.
Orthodox science
I can play arcade games.
phenomena. Hypothesis, verified and refined through the collection of data by experiment, leading ultimately to proof.
Science looks at the natural world because that's its job. And of course, it will be looking at objects.
The sound balance doesn't work at all in this.
Parascientists are also interested in. I think the difference is in the logical approach which scientists take. If there is a phenomenon, like your corn circles, like dowsing or something, the scientists will say, well now, does this in any way fit in with a pattern of what we know and understand? Form a hypothesis. Could it be such and such a thing? What tests have we to make?
We need to figure out how to exit the inventory without doing that.
On other manifestations. So it tries to take a logical approach to things. Try this, does it work? Try that, does it work? And this is a natural, logical...
Yeah, 1991. Close. I think they made this before it, but...
Natural phenomena.
It's the year it came
Although
out.
its roots go back to before Newtonian science, It's primarily a reaction against the domination of a mechanistic approach.
Now, most people these days consider parascience to be things like parapsychology, astrology, graphology, palmistry, all of those studies which are outside of the accepted norms of the establishment academic view of science.
Oh, there's only these 4 left. Perfect.
So what we're talking about really are people who study things that don't fit in with the classical Newtonian reductionist mechanistic view that
That's
the
real.
Western world has held for the last 300 years.
I'm gonna look into the Channel 4 docs more after this. Yeah, this was kind of hard to find. I'll be honest. Like, it's only on YouTube. It's nowhere else.
And in some ways, I think this has grown in the past 20 or 30 years. And in many ways, I date it to the 60s, to the beginning of the realization that experts, that scientists, had somehow got something a bit wrong. And that something was largely, I reckon, nuclear power. That the reassurances and the promises given about nuclear power turned out
Always about nuclear power.
and it was from that that a sort of doubt about the expert, about whether to believe him or not, has been creeping in more and more.
Hey Piggy, how's it going?
Episodes of this kind is that the different parties involved are
collecting
very keen
coins
to appropriate the phenomena for themselves.
So it's a mouse and rat kind of day in here.
Trying to colonize the phenomena for their own purposes. Now, in situations where the stakes are very high, where this involves a battle for turf, it can be very important to knock out the other side completely. This may account for the particular virulence of a particular episode, a particular
the other
over a new kind of phenomenon.
Mailbox.
The worldview that we were brought up in basically said we know everything there is. It's a clockwork universe. We can explain it all. We can predict it all. There's no mystery.
Good dumpster diving real quick.
And crop circles have been a very public, very obvious mystery. There's a lot of magic around them. And people love mystery and magic.
Oh, score! There's food in the garbage.
Is very important. And maybe things like this, phenomena like the crop circles, are a very good way for scientists to get into
scratch card, dude. Yes.
The trouble is that you find yourself in what you might call very mixed company.
It's a bad scratch card.
And it's all very well on a program like this, discussing fairly seriously what's happening, but you do find yourself amongst people who use terms very loosely, you know, energy and ley lines and all this sort of rubbish. And the discussion becomes very, very difficult because they are convinced of a deep psychic significance in these things, and they're unbudgeable. And the conversations with people like that, who are emotionally involved, I may say, become really rather pointless.
Right, I'm going to get sidetracked real quick.
You have to strike. You have to say, I would like to enter into a serious discussion, and we will use the corn circles as an example of the scientific method. On the other hand, if you find yourself in a kind of a seance with people who are completely hooked on the unknown, then it's a fairly
$12.
Scientists have vied with parascientists in analysing the complex patterns of corn within the circles and their remarkable sharp-edged symmetry.
I never did the scratch cards in this. Yeah, Koji, they got it all figured out. They know what to do. Don't worry about it.
Accepted explanation, compatible with their own particular world.
Hey Hazel, thank you for the 21 fucking months. Jesus, that's so long.
Starts with a circle's geographical location.
Watching crop circles and playing coin game.
In the 1960s, Neolithic,
which is what I was going to be doing without anybody.
To be seen as embodiments of mystical power. Hippies flocked to the sites dotted throughout Wiltshire.
Of course.
And their
which credits should we put in? Let's put in like $5.
Inexplicable spiritual energies flow from such sites has since taken root in a wider community. Dousing an ancient craft.
That's why I like these docs so much. They're very self-assured.
Has become a popular way of trying to locate spiritual.
And to be fair, he was right. There ain't shit to crop circles.
The hazelwood twig has been replaced by metal rods. Dowsers believe they'll cross over or open out when held over sources of water or energy.
when I talk about energy, I don't mean it in the sense of
That's so loud.
raw electricity or something like that.
Why is it so loud?
I'm looking at it from the point of view that we are like a battery, and our hands show a plus and minus in effect, and we are picking up that energy, which we believe to be electromagnetic or electrostatic.
And to many dowsers, the mysterious crop circles are potent.
I don't believe in dowsing. I will say that. Like, the thing is,
walking into the energy field here, and as we come into the energy field,
I love these docks.
Open like that.
It's not loud for y'all, but it's so loud for me.
Having all watched the Paul Daniels show, that this is a very easy bit of magic to detect. So I'm going to show you that.
Like, I love like esoteric stuff like this, like ghosts and UFOs, but I wouldn't say I believe in like any of them, like at all. I would say like I would say I'm more like I'm not a debunker. I'm a skeptic who really wants to believe that it's real, but I don't think any of this is real. Especially this documentary. Like dowsing rods. I want it to be real. Yeah, I believed in a lot of this stuff when I was younger, but now I'm just like, please. There's definitely a lot of things that we don't really have good explanations for, and that like a lot of how science deals with these kinds of things is to just like categorize it into something else that doesn't really make sense, but it's really just like a term that for we don't know what this is. It's usually what it is. So that's why it's always so interesting to me.
My hands. I've got here 2 holders made out of barrows.
You can turn invisible. You just nobody can be looking at you. That's all.
Be touching the rods at all as I come in, and I step gently back again out of the energy field. There's a bit of a wobble on them, obviously because of the wind. But if we walk gently into the energy field here like that, you'll see that exactly the same thing in fact happens.
I can't deal with this. This is so loud.
Dowsing is a reality.
I had all these set to like minimum at one point.
Believe that the energy coming off crop circles flows from invisible lines of energy known as ley lines, which crisscross the globe linking spiritual centers. They find crop circles to be in alignment with the ley lines, and they believe there's some causal connection between the two.
Ley lines I believe to be some form of energy. In this context, I believe them to be lines of geomagnetic force linked to the Earth's magnetic field.
Yeah, I love this kind of stuff too. Like, I love Art Bell stuff, but it's not real.
Act as receptors, if you like.
I'm going to turn this up for me and then turn it down for y'all.
People in our ancient ancestors, Neolithic past, and perhaps people who have certain psychic gifts are able to use this area to actually enhance their psychic abilities.
The mystery of the circles has attracted nothing like the same interest from orthodox scientists. Most seem to have found the phenomenon not worthy of the effort of explanation.
It's the hardest one to get, is that middle one. Yeah, that's right. This is how I arrived.
Has been arguing his case for 11 years now, against the intuitive explanation of dowsers and in favor of a scientific analysis.
So
I want a fidget spinner, damn it.
Fighting for science against the irrationalities of the paranormal people.
Oh, toucans! I know that one. I think I remember that.
By training, who's been obsessed with the circles ever since he first came across them. A local Wiltshireman, he spent 9 years abroad, teaching solid-state physics in the universities of Grenoble in France and Dalhousie in Canada. In 1974, he inherited his father's motor business and returned to Wiltshire with his young family to run it.
I got a lighter,
Today,
at least.
His son runs the business of restoring classic cars, while Terence Meaden runs a different scientific concern from above the garage.
I got a fidget spinner.
I decided that I would create a business in meteorology. It's one of the easier subjects for a fully qualified physicist to handle.
Oh,
and
that
I
one.
had always maintained a deep interest in meteorology.
Wanted that 15.
Meaden's business, Toro, comprises a scientific monthly, the Journal of Meteorology, and a meteorological consultancy selling advice to insurance companies. His expertise in this field led the government to commission him to write a report assessing the risk of tornado damage to the Sizewell nuclear reactor. A tornado is just one dramatic and destructive variety of a common phenomenon, the atmospheric vortex, a mass of swirling, spinning air.
The turn coin game down in Windows.
Meaden's background in the study of vortices immediately suggested a cause
being very hard for me to
mysterious
concentrate.
circles, which he first learnt about from a photo in the Wiltshire Times in 1980.
Now that attracted my attention at once because the circularity and the spiral lie of the corn made me think at once, this is the sort of thing that an atmospheric vortex could make. Now a primary difficulty is that in the fair weather whirlwind, the inflow of air is such that the motion is upwards, and such motion could never of itself create a crop circle, which is clearly made by downward flow. So I suppose that if a fair weather whirlwind had been involved, something must have happened to it to cause it to temporarily give a downrush of air.
Terence Meaden spent the next few summers patrolling high vantage points around the White Horse looking for circles. His growing data bank suggested a connection with Wiltshire's topography, as circles tended to form at the foot of hills. Research also suggested they formed in calm weather conditions. This indicated to Meaden a possible mechanism for his vortex. Meaden's diagram shows how a rising wind
UFO sighting.
calm air in the lee of a hill and generate an upward spinning air column. As in a tornado, the complex interaction between the upward flow and its spinning component can become unstable and create a downflowing system, the bulge in the column. If the spinning bulge reaches the ground, a spiral-centered mark is carved in the crop.
I mean, I could oversimplify it by saying that the air is rushing in so efficiently.
Oh, the frame rate on that is not great.
In faster than it can get out. And this leads to a kind of bulge in the middle. And then this bulge releases its tension.
This bulge releases its tension.
Breaking away.
Don't worry about it. You're overthinking it. Too easy.
But that on its own doesn't account for the circle's characteristic sharp edge. According to Meaden, the spinning component of the vortex lays down the corn in a spiral.
I got this.
But the electrification of the air by spinning creates a state known as a plasma, a quasi-solid with a defined shell.
A quasi-solid.
This gives the vortex, in effect, a cutting edge, which lays the crop precisely. Meaden christened this phenomenon a plasma vortex. According to Meaden, this theory explained all the occurrences of the single, simple circle
almost got that corner.
That first caught his attention.
But here we've got the standard evidence for descent of a vortex. Implied by the center here is axial symmetry. The whirling vortex that made the circle came down, and in a matter of probably less than a second, it spun out this little circle.
That's no good.
But by 1983, circles weren't always single. However, Terence Meaden felt the basic hypothesis of a plasma vortex could still explain new, larger groupings of circles.
It seems highly probable that quintuplet sets of circles cannot be formed in any other way except by the breakup at the moment of impact with the ground of a vortex, which was bearing within itself
there's smoke coming out of the table.
Smaller vortices.
The ski ball.
Presenting a refined hypothesis was one thing, but Meaden encountered more difficulty with the next stage of the scientific process, verifying it. Up until this summer, he'd made a start
Very
by
probable.
collecting together a body of eyewitness reports of circles being formed, which he believes vindicates his case.
It was very much like cutting a flan.
That was the thing that struck me, cutting a flan out of a tin with one of these flan cutters that go round. The line started at about 1 o'clock and rotated back to the start position. Took about 4 seconds to cut the circle down.
We found ourselves in a circle being pushed, and from inward going outward, we started noticing little spirals, a little vortex.
You're hitting the smoke room underneath the ski ball.
They were like fog.
4
Not
seconds.
too dense. Almost like
I've heard of this before. This like sort of crop circle thought that you like people who saw crop circles have form, but I think those were hoaxes.
That sort of
like
angle
all of
going
these.
round like that, anti-clockwise, and swirling. And
Yeah, so
swirling around the cone, and the cone
we'll watch it afterwards. But if y'all aren't aware of the way people actually solve these,
reports, however convincing and accurately remembered and reported,
correct,
can
because
be a
they're not
substitute
real.
for controlled experimental
But
verification in laboratory
they're
conditions.
formed with just a board and some rope.
Up until now, Terence
can-
Meaden's scarce resources
like
made this impossible.
they're formed by nerdy
But this
mathematicians. They're formed by mathematicians with rope and a board. Like it's very simple how they form these things, and it's very funny. Like a lot of the stuff was like, but how'd they do such like perfect geometric shapes? And it's like, it's not. You mean like a circle? You know, it's easy to make a circle if you have a central point. Like, and generally it's just like, no, it's plasma vortices. Yeah, it's just like you literally just like they would just they would plant a peg in the middle of the field, and then they let out an exact amount of rope, like, you know, like 10 or 15 feet. And did you know that if you let out that much rope and then walk in a circle, you will walk in the perfect circle? It's crazy how that works. And then if you just use you know, a board with some rope attached to it, you can flatten grass really easily. You can flatten tall grass extremely easily, actually, if you just use a board with some rope attached. Well, I mean, they knew this in the 90s.
Help finally began to arrive.
This is just this is a really good example, I would say, because I was saying, like, I'm kind of a skeptic, or I'm a skeptic, but not like a debunker person. And like, I think this is a really great example of like how science will come up with answers that are just wrong to attempt to fulfill some hypothesis. I mean, not necessarily a hypothesis that they already had, but specifically to like be like to be like, well, it couldn't possibly be like somebody pulling a prank. Got to be some extremely like big convoluted thing. And so it's an interesting thought, you know. It's very yeah, it's literally just they could tie a rope to a pig and let him run in a big circle.
Professor Yoshihiko Otsuki of Waseda University in Tokyo and his team of researchers
batteries.
have proved one of
Not
Terence
batteries, but
Meaden's
they need
most
health
invaluable
band-aids.
allies. Otsuki brings
Need lottery
resources and
tickets.
vital credibility to Meaden's
We need a $10
carefully
lottery
isolated
ticket.
research program. A distinguished radiation physicist, Otsuki
No, I don't want
studies
that much.
ball lightning, mysterious lights in the lower atmosphere.
Definitely don't want that much.
He believes that ball lightning, or as he calls it, plasma fire, is electrified air, like Meaden's plasma
Okay, one
vortex.
more $10 ticket.
But ball lightning leaves no trace, which accounts for Otsuki's
ball
interest
lightning.
in crop circles.
In crop circles, see, there are very nice marked patterns in crop circle.
Yeah, this same number has called me 3 times. I'm blocking them.
For the
because it's
research
spam.
works of plasma vortex or the natural plasma fire.
Like,
But despite many attempts, Otsuki has been unable to prove the existence of ball lightning in the laboratory until recently.
this thought of just it being ball lightning.
Into a
It's so
specially
funny.
built apparatus. He believes he has artificially.
That's true.
created
Every
ball
99% of gamblers quit before they hit it big.
What's
I gotta
most
deliver these
encouraging
papers.
for
I gotta be
me
responsible.
is that the plasma
Buy some
fire
Band-Aids.
leaves marks when a plate of aluminium dust is placed in the apparatus. For dust
Apparatus.
marks read crop circles. But despite this circumstantial support for the plasma theory, the phenomenon has still not yielded up its mystery. This summer has seen new and increasingly complicated patterns in the crops, which has kept the controversy vigorously bubbling over.
It's like a huge ass. looks like a character in a Pixar short, a woman in a Pixar short to me. Sorry.
Over the last 2 years, crop circles have begun to grow increasingly and spectacularly complex. In 1990, 1/3 of the circles in Wiltshire were these complex shapes, so-called pictograms. By this year, the overwhelming majority of the circles in Wiltshire were pictograms.
At this point...
This has caused a new controversy to blow up over Meaden's explanation that plasma vortices are responsible.
The problem about the crop formations is that they started in a very small
There he is, all 12 papers delivered. Perfect.
And they have been growing in elaboration. You can trace patterns of development over
it's a
these
pirate arcade, but I kind of want to go check out...
They've become enormous. They've become immensely complicated.
Let's go to the... Gotta go get Band-Aids. I'm going to fall over here.
Perform like this in this sort of way with this sort of thing. Now, if this is a, say, let us argue, a wind formation, a very strange sort of wind, shall we, let's say, call it the plasma vortex effect. Now, if the plasma vortex effect is a true hypothesis, it should have been going on for thousands of years. There should have been formations like this all over England and the world, seen by people and recorded for hundreds of years. And yet there's no evidence at all that this is the case. So we are dealing with something quite different from a natural effect of nature. And this is why I think we have to move into a new paradigm, which involves intelligence, something purposive, and something quite different from what we are used to in the late 20th century.
In 1990, a new organisation was set up to monitor the circles and look for new explanations.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the summer conference of the Centre for Crop Circle Studies.
The Centre for Crop Circle Studies, or CCCS, which now has
Teambot
950 members, is the brainchild of two men. Michael Green, the chairman, is an archaeologist working for English Heritage.
Eat these Band-Aids real quick, don't mind me.
Is a retired undersecretary from the Ministry of Defence. Both had developed a fascination.
When do I have to be home by? Don't forget your curfew.
Dissatisfied with Meaden's scientific explanation.
I think the decisive moment for me was the moment in 1986 when these circles, which had begun to group themselves into quite interesting patterns, for the first time put a ring around themselves. We had a ring circle. Terence, I think, found this very surprising, and he had to elaborate his model quite a bit.
My bike.
And I began to feel we really have got a most interesting race between a good scientist and a developing phenomenon.
Maybe some pizzas? Oh yeah, I'm right near the arcade. I should go deliver pizzas for some money. And then I'll build up a bankroll and go do some gambling.
Divided into 4 quadrants, in each of which the grain was combed out in a linear manner, turning at right angles in each quadrant. And I said to myself and to friends, that cannot be simply an atmospheric vortex, however elaborate.
They're so stuck on the vortex.
Let us have a look at this thing.
The point is that
CCCS acts as an umbrella organisation for all those who lean towards a parascientific explanation. Some continue to believe the circles derive from spiritual force fields like ley lines. But influential members at the core of the organisation are developing an alternative theory, that the circles are the work of non-human intelligences.
You've actually recorded this scientifically.
A lot of people are looking for messages in the corners.
Pizza for delivery shown on the mini-map.
I'm tempted almost to say corner messages.
The pizza before the timer runs out and collect your payment.
I think one has to put one's self in the shoes, if that's not too far-fetched a term, for an intelligence coming from outside. How would you try and communicate with a skeptical, unbelieving human public? One of the ways I think I would try would be not be to write great big letters, "We are here, we love you," across the middle of the fields of England. And I think one positive way, a timeless way, is to use something which they call in the East a mandala. Now this is a symbol of reality, a symbol of being, a symbol of God. And most of the formations that we've been looking at,
drag my bike up this hill,
here and here, are in fact
I always forget. I always do this. I'm delivering pizzas in this game.
Those who believe this
Used to do this
theory
all the
argue
time.
it hasn't been arrived at lightly. As well as rejecting the plasma vortex hypothesis, CCCS examines other possibilities like electromagnetic or agricultural change. They believe that such phenomena cannot on their own explain the circles, and are forced to conclude a non-human intelligence can be the only possible explanation.
It's completely like a pyramid scheme.
When
It's great.
this scientific theory began
You can
to
play
surface,
arcade games.
Terence Meaden immediately dismissed it. He explained pictograms scientifically, making only a relatively minor modification to his theory. He suggested that sunspots, solar storms which cause intense electrical activity in the upper atmosphere and which have an 11-year cycle that peaked in 1990, were exaggerating the unstable behavior of his plasma vortices.
It's so funny because, like,
I'm merely suggesting that in addition,
at this point there were people drawing like faces and crop circles and stuff. Like there were people who, I know there was a Bill Gates portrait, for instance, that was like really infamous around this time. I would say like 93, 94.
The electric field of the Earth, and hence play a role too in the stability or instability of the vortices that make the circles.
Meaden's modification failed to convince the parascientists, who argued that while violent solar events may well wreak havoc on Earth, it's inherently implausible that they could effect designer damage. Science and parascience continue to be locked in conflict, leaving many locals who've
Don't care what he has to
experienced
say.
crop circles at first hand uncertain what to
Hey,
think.
Miss Scotty. Yeah, it's just like a fully like detailed portrait that someone did in a field.
When it was formed, a little bit like that, I would guess.
Yes, it would have been.
And that's now been knocked over by people walking on it.
Terence Meaden and CCCS field officer Dowser Richard Andrews both try to win Farmer Robin Butler over to their understanding of the cause of pictograms. He's had 27 simple circles before, but this is his first pictogram.
It seems from the dowsing point of view that when we have a three-line lay, as we call it, goes across the portion of the dumbbell at 90 degrees to this pattern, it seems we get boxes.
Already 5 o'clock.
If that isn't there, there isn't a box. So
Oh, the water park is right here. Let me go take a look.
Which is helping us both, really, isn't it?
Indeed, yes.
The apparent inability of both science and parascience to prove their
The water
case
park they added in the
conclusively, and
new
the
stuff.
strange and sudden complexity of the pictograms, however, has encouraged a third theory to emerge with particular force over the last couple of years.
But if we move over to the edges, you'll see that...
I think the cause of crop circles is human beings. I think every single one has been made by a so-called hoaxer who's gone out and done it at dead of night or whatever.
Thank you.
If you're looking for a few of the RAF military types, I think, you know, they like that sort of thing.
Don't bury for $5 and win a random prize.
I'd like to have a bash or something like that.
I'm certain someone stands in the middle with a piece of wood and a rope and goes around. I mean, I was born on a farm. I was brought up on a farm all my life.
I got this.
100% country, hate town, but never in this wide world is that little green man.
Therefore, you come round to the other theory. They can't be little men.
Got his ass.
They must be big, large countrymen.
The young farmers.
Oh, I got a UFO.
They know exactly what they're doing, so they do minimum amount of damage, and that's a bit unfair. I better go away before I say any more.
That guy's got the right of it.
But originally, the circles or rings here in this photograph are not hoaxing.
I put a lot of money into this. I just spent all my pizza money doing that.
The hoaxing. This
right though.
It's impossible to create such a very complicated pattern.
Oh, come on, man.
Plasma vortex.
Oh, okay. No, he's right. Okay. No, he's got the right of it.
This summer has, for the first time,
There's a lazy river
emergence of
now.
admitted hoaxers into the open. Doug Bauer and Dave Chorley
You can
were
play in this, I
discovered by
guess.
Today newspaper. They claim to have invented the whole phenomenon in 1978, and they've made contradictory claims to varying numbers of circles.
But clearly they're lying.
Others began hoaxing for the first time this year.
Oh, holy shit!
The Wessex skeptics set
Hey everybody, hey Gunner. Oh my god. Brought in all the rats. Let me get you a shout out. Hey everybody, welcome to my midweek stream. Hey Gunner, how we doing? I love your new icon. Welcome. Yeah, we're forming a mischief of rats. I'm playing coin game and watching bad UFO documentaries. How are y'all doing? Oh hey old Rego. How we all doing? Telomere, Squabbit, Jay Zucchini. The whole gang is here. But yeah. Welcome to my midday or my midweek I'm sick and stayed home from work stream. Let me pause that. Where I'm playing through coin game, survival, I guess, and watching bad UFO documentaries. Oh, it is like brand new. That's what I thought. I saw it in Discord, in your Discord. I was like, oh, that's great. So hey, Cosmic. We're currently watching a Channel 4 UK documentary called The Strange Case of Crop Circles that came out right before crop circles were debunked. Or right after crop circles were debunked. So, fun. Oh look, they're making a crop circle just easily. Look at that. And everyone's been like, I think crop circles were caused by aliens, and these guys are like, look, we're doing it right here.
Which is 1990, of course, there were an enormous number of pictograms, and we found it very difficult to believe that those were produced by a natural phenomenon. It doesn't mean we were right, we just found it very difficult to believe. Now, given that we were told that the structure of the pictograms, the way the crop was laid out, was laid down in the pictogram, you know, the detailed way in which it fell, was identical.
The Wessex skeptics.
We, of course, were led to the conclusion if the pictograms were not a natural phenomenon, then there was no reason to suppose the circles were either.
The Wessex skeptics attracted the opposition of both Meaden and CCCS.
Get some Dunko prizes.
Of interfering with their attempts to solve this mystery.
Always just play Dunko.
I consider these hoaxes a complete waste of time. It costs a lot of people a lot of money, photography, flying aircraft, and of course, time is the essence of our research.
Play some stack up instead.
CCCS has been set up to solve the problems of the corn circle in the sense that we will look into the hoaxing problem and we will find ways of beating it.
Actually, we suspect you of hoaxing other circles. There have been so many done this year. We know you've made some, and we suspect you've made others you've not told us about.
No.
You've seen the ones we've made. We made them in Chris Cutler's farm. I assume you've been there, or somebody in one of your group has been there. Our point is that you have
made others too.
Yeah, I know it's probably hard for anyone here who's lived without internet, but...
Have you made any or not?
Yes,
other than the ones at Chris Cutler's farm and these?
Have I made any other than those? Yes, I've made some. Yeah.
Well, I win.
However,
we better have a
the
list.
point is, we are now learning. We are now
No.
learning.
We're suggesting you are the hoaxer.
Oh no.
In some cases.
We're stuck in Southampton. We have very little time to come up
look, you admit you make circles. We've never made any ourselves. We're finding them.
Maybe you should try to make them. Don't you think you should try to make them?
We found some hoax circles. We think you've made more than you've told us about.
Don't you think you should try to make
I'm off.
and see whether you can...
I'm too busy listening to these two Brits argue.
But the skeptics persist. They believe creating circles is a good way of testing the validity of the rival theories.
Yeah.
If the theory is good in their view, it ought to be able to distinguish a naturally created circle from a man-made one.
The farmers are finding them now.
Equinox filmed them making a circle in a field belonging to an organic farm run by Martin Pitt, just outside Marlborough. They created one main circle with 3 satellite circles placed away from the tractor tram lines.
I got it? Do I got it? Do I got it?
That circle was extremely ambitious in the sense that we decided to make one fairly large. We decided to make one that would look as though it was made by a plasma vortex. We had all sorts of fancy stuff, quite a lot of organisation, and we started designing it.
Thousand tickets.
Then things started to go wrong when we first came into the field and realised that our original site, rather ironically, was wrecked by wind damage, so we had to move to a different site. We had to redesign it, and we had to reassign roles at very short notice. So there was a certain amount of chaos when we went into the field, but the surveying was fairly successful. And we then just reverted to a very crude technique of rolling and trampling, just to actually produce something that might look good from the air, but we don't really know.
6 days later, the hoax was discovered independently.
Dice?
A field officer from the Centre for
pawn some fuzzy dice.
Studies, Busty Taylor, doused it to find out if it was genuine, and then he gave his opinion.
He doused it.
We have a really complex one here, and it's absolutely amazing what
this is great.
This is telling us here. We have the opposite rotation.
I totally forgot to ask if you're still here, Gunnar. What were you playing?
The sections appearing, the petal sections appearing. It's really a cracker.
Terence Meaden also discovered its existence independently, and he too verified it.
The circle formation on Martin Pitt's land consists of simple round circles, which pleased me very much to see, because they were so typical of the ones I've been looking at all these years. They didn't have those complex, strange shapes which so many other systems have had this year and last year.
I really pawned these newspapers.
They had a lot of complex structure.
It's garbage. It's only worth $100
kind of petal
or $3.
A grading, a platting, and a layering.
What a waste of money.
The difficulty that any hoaxer would have to manage to contrive to follow if he wished to copy it. In fact, it was a system that was too hard to copy, and yet was of the simple variety nevertheless. Genuine in every way.
Oh, man.
The Wessex skeptics were able to make their circle with the permission of the farmer, who cleared away damning evidence of human involvement, like 2 forgotten balls of string. So they haven't quite proved their case about how easy it is to make circles.
Come on.
Experts of their authenticity.
Well, they weren't really real.
Attach too much significance to the success of this particular hoax.
So you are telling me that the circles on Martin Pitt's farm are hoax circles made by the Wessex skeptics. I have to admit that some people, at least, if they are scientifically trained, are capable of perpetrating at least one hoax. That does not, however, negate all the positive evidence which has been gathered over the last 10 years in favor of genuine circles.
1 second.
When a scientific theory is complete, then it would be possible to distinguish between hoax circles and genuine
it was
circles.
Robin.
But we are not yet
Hi,
quite at that
Robin.
stage. The theory is undergoing development.
It was Robin knocking on the door.
According to the incoming data.
Owing to the fact that we are producing books with photography
my
showing
cat.
the lay of the corn, it would be possible for individuals to go out and recreate circles. It isn't off the cards, it's on the cards. That is highly possible. But not all of them. No way. Too many.
Dude.
750 in Beckhampton last year, that's a lot of work. All night.
Really not.
Worldwide, how do they do that? It's just one of those
So-
things that you will get people doing daft things. I regret it, the farmers definitely regret it, and I just wish they'd come to their senses and realise it is a waste of time.
Oh no. The good thing is it's Unity water and don't matter.
From a weakness that the plasma vortex theory doesn't suffer from. The people who propose that don't claim that all circles are caused by plasma vortices, so they don't have to go out and select every single circle and prove it. Now, there's no way we can prove that every circle has been made by hoaxes, of course not. We can simply throw doubt or examine the ability of the people who claim to be able to distinguish classes of patterns and say one is artificial and one is natural. We can test that ability. Of course, that's a very difficult test to do. In principle, it can be done. That won't prove that they're natural or artificial. After all, it's quite possible that people may be able to simulate what is also a natural phenomenon. There's no reason why they can't, in principle, do that.
You gonna jump into my lap? I got a
All
pizza
sides
delivered,
are
bud.
still assessing the implications of a summer of hoaxing. The case for all circles being hoaxes is still not proven. If hoaxers are making all the circles, they've been working quietly and consistently for over a decade. They've remained undetected despite nights like the 16th of July this year, when in Wiltshire alone 3 massive formations were made. So the cognoscenti of the circles remain convinced that they can't all be hoaxes. The degree of organisation and mentality required is for them beyond belief. Nor does the hoax theory account for eyewitness reports of circles being formed, although anecdotal evidence is always open to doubt. So all sides are still working on their theories as the battleground turns to bread.
Hey, that's a good,
Is
good
this
joke.
very large
Battleground
story
turns to
about
bread.
hoax going to do us damage or may benefit us? Well, it's going to do some damage.
Went back up to the bed.
In the short
Decided he didn't want on my lap.
Any serious research organization, like a university department, who might have been interested, and we think some might have been quite soon, in giving us a bit of funding for research, is going to shy off at the moment. Until this flurry has passed, any sensible university is going to keep itself rather well away from the field. But in the long run, and quite quickly, I think this is going to benefit us enormously, because it has brought out into the open what the discussion is all about. Either this thing is Terence Meaden's vortex and the rest is hoax, or it is something more as well.
And after a summer of many hoaxes, Terence Meaden has refined his theory still further.
We are now quite certain that all the most complex systems, the pictograms...
I think the pizza just flipped through the wall.
Fakes.
Oh,
because these are the very systems, the complex systems, which were always going to be difficult for a scientific theory to grapple with. We are really only left with the simple circle cases as being those which are likely to be quite genuine. The theory already describes these very well, and we are likely to go into next season more strongly placed than ever before.
However probable or improbable impartial observers may find each or all of the competing explanations, conclusive proof of any of them is still lacking. Terence Meaden hasn't yet achieved such definite
so
proof.
Frustrating.
In its absence, orthodox science has failed to prevent other explanations rushing in to claim the territory. And next summer, battle is likely to be joined again, and will continue until one side or the other lands a knockout blow.
At last, it's being realized that the burden of proof must surely lie on those who think crop circles are made by agents other than man. The analogy that I like to give is that I have never seen a car being made in a factory. I don't know that cars are made in factories. Yet, surely, the burden of proof is on someone to persuade me that cars are not made in factories, because I've seen plenty of evidence that they can be made in factories.
What is needed in order to reach forwards and approach the answer more quickly is, of course, moving film of some of these events as they occur. That's what we're really after.
It's clear in my mind that whatever is making these formations is not amused
garbage. I need money. I gotta pawn these.
Humanity, human individuals, trying to catch it out. It may be they'd be more amused if we actually tried to reach out and contact them.
I think after the events of the summer, the debate over crop circles is still very much open. And I would expect that to remain the situation until there's some marked redistribution of resources between the different parties. If one or other party to the dispute is able to recruit some further allies to its side, if, for example, one party is able to recruit the assistance and methods of a particular subdiscipline, then we might begin to see some closure on the debate. And of course, it has to be said that it's much more difficult for the parascientists to recruit that kind of extra resource. But until the situation does show a change of resources, I think things are very much open. It is, you could say, very much a field open to anyone.
Probably take a movie break after this. This is almost done. I do want to show something in game without something talking over it, so we'll do that for the next day in game too. But yeah, that was a funny doc. That was a nice little Channel 4 doc. Very, very interesting tone. I gotta go sleep. I'm dying. I'm running out of energy here. Plasma vortices or sunspots is like so interesting that you can't possibly be people causing these, even though they're very obviously man-made and very simple. Like, it's so weird to me to think that, like, well, if it's localized to one area for the most part, it basically only started in Wilkinshire, I believe is what they called it. Like, that's where crop circles first, like, happened. It's like where they're from. That's where the two guys who hoaxed it are from. And like, to think that people wouldn't copy that, or like that there wasn't like a news group for this, which there definitely was, for the record. There definitely was like a news group for people hoaxing stuff, like, and how to hoax this stuff. Is it not Wiltshire? Am I saying it wrong? Is it? I'm so sorry. I'm not doing the UK names justice. We were watching me and my friend, the channel editor, were watching some videos. Channel editor Proggy, we're watching some videos of a guy doing basically doing a fast like identify these US cities by the picture quiz over and over again, just like really standard content stuff. And then I was like, oh man, how did he not get the spelling of that right? And then Proggy's like, well, I mean, like, could you identify like any of those any British towns by their names, and like just without knowing any of the names ahead of time? And it's like, yeah, probably not. I would not be able to identify like boroughs, and what were there was one specifically that he was saying that I was like, yeah, that's completely fair. I would never be able to, like, not Unsborough or something like that. It was very complicated. But also US cities are like that too, so it's like, fair game. Plus health bonus for sleeping. I'm gonna see if we can watch. There's something, like I said, I want to show something in game real quick, without this playing over, but we need sound for it, so. Back my mouse. This game's made in Unity, so it's not quite as good as it could be. Still has a lot of buggy little things here and there, but I watch it on the TV. Should be able to watch it on TV. We're not going to watch it on the TV I'm looking for. So let's go out on a little journey. Let's turn the sound back on. I want to go show off the mall real quick, but specifically I want to show you the movie theater, because I think food must be prepared. Feeding our duck, Gary. By that, Gary. Oh wait, I have a bank account? I have savings? That's news to me. Alright, let's go check out the mall. There should be music too. I should have like radio. So the mall is to the south, but it's fine. This happened the last time I played this game, is the sound just like went out after a little bit. Like, it just became impossible to hear anything. Oh, you know what? Probably doesn't help that I forgot I did the volume mixer in Windows. I forgot that I turned it like all the way down in Windows. This is probably gonna blast your eardrums, just be aware. But they added a whole mall with a whole bunch of stuff. And I haven't really checked any of it out yet. I just wanted to make sure it worked. Kind of the extent that I've checked it out, because it got added like 7 days ago. This mall, so mall is like brand new, like world first coin game playthrough real quick. But the next video I want to show you, the next UFO thing I want to show you, is an actual like short movie made by their Unarian Center for Science, something like that. I think you'll understand once it starts why I wanted to watch it. We might full screen that one too, because it's relatively short. And I don't think you're gonna get the full experience unless you're watching, like, unless it's taking up your vision. You know what I mean? So I might put Coin Game on small for that bit. Oh, there's a Spencer's. What? Spunkies. And they take tickets? No, they don't. They take money. I can get a toy model of a UFO. This is all stuff to put in your room for the most part. There's no adult section in the Spencer's, which is good. Yeah, I'm gonna make a wish. So one of the things in the dev blog for this too is that like getting the frame rate in here was like impossible. Like I can't watch this. I don't care. Can I take my coin back? Yeah. But getting the frame rate in here was like impossible, I guess. Like getting it to be like decent. Oh, also you can pick coins out of the fountain. This is the one thing I didn't learn. So we're gonna do that. We're gonna go fountain diving. I don't know. I never really fountain dove as a kid, but I had friends that did, and I was always afraid I was gonna get in trouble. But seemingly no one really gives a shit if you go fountain diving for change. In real life, I've found Valentine Sweets Company. Those are crepes. Crepe? Oh, they're elephant ears. Gross. Lemonista selling classic lemonade, which I do need. Actually, we're gonna go to we're gonna go to the movie theater, so I'm gonna get fed there. I'm gonna eat there. Thank you, Koji. Koji, thank you for sharing your 22 months with us. We're gonna do coin drop though. They added a coin drop to win a gourmet tuna sandwich. This is apparently extremely hard. I'm good at it in real life. Oh, that was really easy. On the first try. Let's do it again. No. Physics are nuts. No! Too hard. Pick my tuna sandwich, but I like free tuna sandwiches. 50-cent tuna sandwiches. You really gotta jump between stations. It's a big part of it. Nope. Like between each level. And it needs to be more towards the central peg. Okay, no more tuna sandwiches. No more. That's actually how it goes in real life usually too, is I win like one or two. I win like the first or second try, and then I never win one ever again. There's a Zolbot. Aim coin at mouth. Press red button to drop coin. I'm gonna make a wish. Got it. Be big. Oh. My card say? Can I read it? You are controlled. Your wish is granted. Cool. Yeah, there's a whole new arcade here. There's Pirate Pizza. Whole bunch of new games we'll have to check out soon. Can't use the money machine. That's for if you're mermaids in space, huh? That's for if you're playing on birthday mode and you get unlimited money. There's a candy store. But they only sell like 2 kinds of candies right now. Yeah, broke the voices again by muting the game. I think that seems to be what causes it. Oh, there's public restrooms. So if we're on Grindr, we can meet up, I guess. No, all right. Can't go in the public restroom. Anyway, what I really wanted to come here to do is to show you the movie theater. I haven't really checked it out yet. All there is the indie movie stuff playing right now. There's supposed to be feature films. There's a interesting note about that too. Cross when we get there, but I'm also gonna get some Pirate Punch. Give me a Pirate Punch. My Pirate Punch. He's supposed to be talking to me, but I can't hear him. This happens every time I play this. No, you can't cruise in the coin game. You can't do everything in here yet. So let's go watch a movie, because I haven't gotten to watch a movie yet. I haven't actually done checked this out yet. Out of the way. Get out of the way. I thought maybe I could bring the popcorn with me and eat, but I can't, so. Yeah, I don't know why the voices, this happens to me every time I play, just the sound cuts out after a little bit. But we gotta sit here for like 20 more seconds, so. Yeah, so he wanted to add a feature film, which was a thing that he made, like the person who makes this game. Well, I'm gonna know if the sound works here in a second. We'll see. There's commercials. Yeah, the sound is not working. Should be telling me about this great new, look at that, these great new products I can get here. But we can't watch a movie without sound, so let me see what we can do here. Oh, I can hear it now. Now it works. Like what? These sliders I don't think do much. There we go. I think like the sliders only do something at like 10 to negative 10, up to negative 10. But yeah, he's making his own movie for the other theater. And he said it's actually a lot harder to make a short film than he thought, which is really funny. That it's gonna be very easy to short film. Boy, I hope this plays.
アクティブシミュレーターギャラクシアンは28人のドリーマーがガンナーとなって壮絶な宇宙戦争の主人公を演じるというワンダーエッグでも絶大な人気を誇るアトラクションです。
まるでスター・ウォーズの主人公になったみたいだ。
本当に宇宙空間にいるみたい。
This is so you can put your own videos into the game now. Watch them at the movie theater.
最新 CG 映像技術によって実現されたシムロード。
This is the promotional video for Tecmo's theme park Wonder Eggs. I want to get closer though. I did have other stuff in here originally, but I'm a little obsessed with Wonder Eggs. Tecmo having a Galaxian world in their theme park is crazy to me. Or Namco, excuse me. There's a Tower of Jiraga ride. Insane. I want to go on the Tower of Jiraga ride. Like, what the hell?
悪魔ドルアーガーに囚われたヒロインカイを助けるべく冒険の旅へと向かう私。
魔法の剣を手に魔物に立ち向かえば冒険の主人公勇者ギルの気分。
まるで万華鏡の中にいるような不思議な幻想の世界へと誘うマジカルイリュージョン。
Magical illusion.
古城のホテルに住み着いたゴーストたちが次々といたずらを仕掛けてくる新感覚のお化け屋敷ホテルゴースト。
I don't know what game that was based on.
永遠に続く聖なる流れメビウスクリーク。パーク内を貫く水の流れは
This is only a couple minutes long, so
憩いと安らぎを与えています。 楽しさを売るラペロの市場は縁日を思わせるにぎわいを創出したストリート。誰でも気軽に参加できる遊びとアトラクターたちの掛け声が
It's the UFO guys, I love
遊びの市
them.
場へと変貌させ、遊びの売り買いが一日中続くのです。
Wish I could remember their names. They show up in a couple of arcade games that
カー
Namco
ト同
made.
士を激しくぶつけ合う面白さを追求したエキサイテ
They're
ィン
like
グな
little
アトラ
pink
クショ
alien
ンで
guys.
す。いわば未来版の鬼ごっこともいえる新しい遊びです。 思わず熱くなる
Look at that GoPro footage.
祭りのヒーローは僕の手に。
ラペルの市場の活気に満ちた
Oh, I want to play the frog flipping game. That looks
カーニ
sick.
バルアーケード。気軽に参加できる遊びの数々
That one's a
とアトラ
classic.
クターの立ち振る舞い、周りのギャラリーとが一体となって縁日を思わせる
And then
にぎわい
everyone
を
clapped
形
because
作
I'm the
ってい
best
きま
bumper
す。
car player.
獲得したぬいぐるみはドリーマーの楽しい記念となります。
My god. These art carnival games are so sick. Oh yeah, I've played this one. This one's everywhere here too. The horse racing one where you roll the balls up the ramp.
一種異様な空気を漂わせる占い魔女の館は館の中での行動によっていつの間にか全てが占われる。
Look how early they were doing NFC stuff. Like, it's crazy. In theme parks especially.
You finally arrived, but our records don't show from where.
Thanks for the follow, Catharsis. And that's it. That's all of Wonder Eggs. It was originally Wizard So Magical Fun Adventure, but I figured no one wants to sit still for that and listen to that, so something else. But yeah, that was Wonder Eggs. Now I know what you're thinking. You're thinking I need to go. Yeah, and yet I've screened all of Wizard So. I know you're thinking like, wow, I'd love to go to Wonder Eggs someday. That looked pretty fun. I want to go a Namco themed.
You finally arrived.
You know,
our records
Namco
don't show
themed
from
amusement
where.
park, but I believe they closed in like 2000. So thank you for the follow, Jalen. Yeah, they closed a long time ago. They had spin-offs too, but in general, yeah, there's almost no Wonder Eggs in any way, shape, or form anymore. So let me turn the sound down a little bit. And I'm glad I finally figured out what was causing this. And then let me switch the videos over here. Yeah, they added them all like literally in the last like couple days, like a week ago or so. But like I said, there's something else I want to watch that's pretty visually striking, and that is The Arrival, which I actually rented this on DVD like a couple years back because I was like, I don't know wherever I'm gonna find a copy of this, like other than like, you know, online. But this is actually pretty rare lost media. This was this I'll say this right now, just so it doesn't get twisted, just so everyone's kind of aware. This is a UFO cult. The Unarius Academy of Science was a mostly benign UFO cult from the early 70s and the 80s. They're not really do much of the cult style behavior, if that makes sense. Let me see if I can get this working. But they are a UFO cult. This is their UFO cult video. Yeah, this is you see a little bit with there's like the, what's it called, the Lemurians right now on like TikTok and stuff. They're usually people that are obsessed with like, you know, aliens are actually God and they're here to like save us and enlighten us to something new. I'm gonna save this real quick. Go back to the main menu because Vivaldi is being mean. And is not wanting to pick, or OBS is being mean and not picking up my Vivaldi. So we're gonna probably this. There we go. I don't know why the coin game closed when I said go return to main menu, but yeah, the Lemurians are just in Risk of Rain now. The Lemurians are a different sect of a UFO cult, but they are very much a UFO cult as well. You see him a little bit on social media now. I don't use TikTok, so I only get this stuff like secondhand. But there's a lot of, like there's a lot of stuff that pops up in like this esoteric area of knowledge, like sync never pronounce it in real life. I never went to Aladdin's castle. Like Synchnocrity? I'm assuming Aladdin's castle was like a pretty big theme park, right? From the 80s or 90s. It sounds really familiar. Yeah, the mainest menu evolved, the desktop. So let me get this front and center, but this is like legitimately a gorgeous movie, and as far as I can tell, the Unarius Academy of Science is benign. They are not they're not a kidnapping cult. They're like a free love. They're like a peace and love cult. Now, if that's hiding something more sinister, so hey, Coop, hey, Kuiper. But we watched this off a DVD and we were like, that was amazing. That was so good for something that is indoctrination footage.
When the sun set and the earth lay dark in the depth of night, primitive man gazed into the firmament and wondered with awe.
Oh, I see what's happening.
What the heavens contained. Countless points of light dazzled his mind with godly grace. And yet, what life kindles these illumined torches? Fires kept burning by an all-powerful deity, he thought. Then, as the earth revolves about the sun, she became host to a visitor's ship, a traveling star, voyaging.
There's not a lot of flashing lights in this, but if you're a little sensitive,
11 astronauts came
might be bad.
Cosmic messengers, headed by the one Uriel, to enlighten the Earthman of his destiny and awaken within him.
And this is 1980, though. This is not the impressive part. This is all practical effects. I'm telling you this right now. This is all done practically, with very little, almost no computer involvement. Just so you know. I just want you to know that. What? I saved. Oh, there it is. Some of this is boring as shit, by the way, just as a warning. But it's also only an hour long. Yeah, you're getting to the part that made me a Unarian. I'm gonna turn this up and turn the game, like, way down. Yeah, let's get indoctrinated into the UFO cult together, y'all. This took me out of the dang mall. I ain't done here yet. This is the part that looks amazing, just so you know. The guy in a caveman costume. Let me know if things are like crazy loud, by the way. I don't want to blow your eardrums out. Sweet. Like a good time to play some Mermaids in Space. So
Sam, we are the brothers of the light.
love it.
In order for you to understand our thoughts, we are and have been raising your consciousness. Please feel at peace and feel the love we project.
Like, it's not. It's made again, made on a shoestring budget by a cult in 1980. It looks insane for that.
I feel this goodness, yet I fear for
You're
my
like,
life.
is it good looking?
Has this burning sun come to destroy me? Or have they come to...
Yes, to you and your people, we bring a new and wondrous future.
Hey, Azzer. It's not the hunger, luckily. Look at that. Look how insane that looks.
I can't believe my eyes. The god of the
Thank
sun.
you.
Run, Zan, run.
I and others have come from a world of light to teach you and your people a more progressive way of life. We have no intentions of harming you.
I do not understand that which is happening. You are so bright.
You're so bright.
Yet you do not blind my eyes. I feel this good feeling within me.
Sure.
Yet I do not know why.
Yes, dear brother, this good feeling is our love and understanding, which we bring from our world to you.
You don't sound distant. Yet you're so far away. Your lips do not move, but I can hear you.
As you hear sounds in your dreams, so may you hear sounds from we brothers. For we project our inspiring thoughts into your mind and need not speak. For we are with you always.
The great Star
All that we
Ocean,
ask
you
of
say.
you is that you listen.
Your appearance seems so different.
Yes, Zan, we are different. Different in our development. But in essence, we are like you. Our garb is of our world, and our minds are sufficiently advanced to warrant these head caps, to indeed protect us from this foreign environment. But all in all, we all come from that same infinite source of creation. And that is why we are brothers.
Why have you come?
You and your people are in great need of help. We are loving beings, and our purpose is to help our fellow man.
Any being that has your best interest at heart will say, I'm a loving being.
You speak of help. How can you help Zan, son of the chief, Xanthar? If I follow the wishes of these gods, I will gain greatness. In what way can you help my people?
Look around you, Zan.
The erasure guy.
The wonders you see are the results
He does.
of
They
many
probably got it
progressive
from
lives,
this.
which we have lived countless in number. Each life we live is like a day in school. Each life that you lived is like a day in school. But our
I don't think he
lives
understands
have
what
been
that means,
progressive.
because he's a caveman.
For each
What's
life we
school?
live, we grow more and more, growing with the understanding of energy from whence we originated, and to which there is no end for expansion.
He went to this. He's talking about the School of Hard Knocks.
Life is infinite, Zan. Just as you add fuel to your fire to brighten the night, you may add knowledge to your souls to brighten your wisdom. This wisdom is how we may help your people.
I am Zan, and have always been Zan.
Yet you have lived in other times and other bodies.
How can this be so?
You, like all people, are a spiritual being, a soul progressing through many worlds to learn of the creative source of all things. And yet, you do not remember your many past embodiments because you have not progressed to the point where these memories can be recognized by you. And because you have not learned of the true energy principles of life. But Zan, with our teachings, you will learn how to recall certain past experiences, which will help you understand your present-day actions. And this will help you receive many healings.
I would receive healings? I need no
Receive
healing.
healings?
I'm strong, healthy. I see no reason to know of past lives.
Zan, do not fear us. We only come to help you understand how someday you may grow into a beautiful spiritual being of radiant light and love. And by learning about your past, will help you understand why you are the way you are. For you are your past. Every act, every deed, every thought you have expressed throughout your entire evolution has been recorded in your spiritual energy body, which is unseen by your physical senses. And this is what you are today. All of your negations, discomforts, fears originated from your past lives. And by recognizing your past, you can learn to cancel out those negative situations that are reoccurring in this life. And so you may progress onward instead of repeating the same past negative experience.
This is why I'm the greatest warrior, where I have been one before.
Yes. But in your future lives, you must learn to express positively.
Basically is Kuiper. It's just like
For the last thousands
big
of
brain
years,
that's God that shows
the
up at the end of every
Earthman has chosen to learn
JRPG.
very little from we brothers of light. Mainly because he has become too satisfied far too long with himself and desired not for further spiritual growth. At this time,
Yeah, y'all haven't been
the
thinking too
Earthman
much
has
about the
practically
Unarians.
forgotten all about
Kinda lie. Y'all fucked
For
up.
he has indeed succumbed to the dark forces of ego, lust, and materialism. For if you are not progressing upwards with we brothers of the light, then you are regressing downwards with those of the dark.
That's grind. That's a real grind set right there.
That within all
You ain't
men
rising, you
there
ain't grinding.
exists a spark that truly wishes to grow and expand out from these dark old ways of the past and be joined with us in the worlds of light. This is the reason we are here, to help guide you back onto that pathway that will eventually lead you to new heights of spiritual understanding and appreciation of eternal life.
Okay, sure. Y'all keeping notes on this? So this is probably my favorite thing that comes up in these, like, in like any cult stuff, just to pause real quick, is that's like, we are completely unlike any other religion or whatever. We are a completely unique thing. We're not Christianity, we're not Catholicism. It's the same, but it's a completely different set of beliefs that just so happens to believe that things like there's such things as sin. Like, wouldn't an alien race have a completely different, like, set of, like, the idea is that these are like universal constants, but I don't think that's like necessarily true. Obviously it's not true, but it's just like, wouldn't aliens have a completely different set of beliefs? Wouldn't at this point too, if they're as transcendental as they're making it out to be, that like they would have been like, this is all like meaningless, I can just put like a probe in your brain that makes you not want to do this anymore. But they're still obsessed with like these very specific things that seem to only happen to humans.
To prove you have had many
Also, just as a heads up, it's only been 15 minutes of this.
we will project a past life into your mind.
Damn.
What is the meaning of this terrible business? You are not good. You're evil.
Got a good point.
You don't come to help. You come to destroy.
Zen.
Is he wrong?
Bring fear into my life.
This fear you feel is of your own making. In a long ago time, a time of great negativity, you were embodied upon another planet, and this planet was finally flowing once again towards the spiritual path of understanding. For the lighted
Let me show you something awful.
Uriel were offering their hand.
That Uriel is the cult leader.
The need was great.
that is the
So
leader
this
of the
era
cult.
may be known
right
as
there.
the time of the unholy Six Wars.
I think she was still alive like
There
up
were
until like
6
10 years
planets
ago.
attempting to gain control of the galaxy. So as always, the dark forces were there offering their hand.
Literally is. Let me show you a dead body, Zan.
Yet so well disguised.
I've come to give you a great opportunity. One that you won't want to pass up. You'll have even more power than you've got now. You're obviously
I don't know, I probably wouldn't trust this guy.
leader, or you wouldn't be in charge of this planet. And therefore, I know you're going to be intelligent enough to join with us. I hate to think what would happen if you don't and you're in opposition to us. You will be a man of power and position with us. We're going to be the rulers, whether you join us or not. It would be a shame for you to fall away.
Hate to fall away. Yeah, see, like, again, this is like, this right here, this is just like original sin. Like, this is just from the Bible.
You are forced to make a vital decision.
This is extremely just the concept of original sin.
Where you would gain power over your fellow man through war and victory, having millions worship you. Or follow the light forces and humbly help guide your people.
Exactly, Kuiper.
By learning and then teaching the higher principles of life. The one Archangel Uriel knew of your dilemma and came to help.
Pretty sick, like, little jumper combo he's got going there, though. Forgot I was gonna take a break before we watch this. Oh well. Wait till after. Late. He looks suspiciously like Luke from Star Wars. This is also like what, 3 years after Star Wars came out. Oh, there she is. The crowd goes wild with like that one stock yell that has the guy going yeah in the background. It's just like people cheering and clapping.
Greetings, dear brother Zan. Uriel here. I am so happy to see you this day, at this time when you have such a vital and important decision to make. So I have come to try to help you. Let me say to you, dear, that you have struggled and striven in these physical worlds for many, many lifetimes. And you have even had positions where the populace bowed down to you.
She's very normal. That's the thing. Is like, I think it's fucked up, but like, if I was born in this time, I would probably fall under the sway of her. She's normal. Like, as far as cult leaders go, like I've watched her videos like here and there, and I'm just like, she talks like very normally, even though she's talking about like some really crazy shit. But like, she's very much just like some nice old lady. It feels like it's crazy. It's been 5 minutes.
And already
That is
exaggerated
Parasite
ego.
Eve.
So Zan, now is your opportunity. Do move yourself forward in your evolution. We brothers will help you in all ways. And I would like to tell you of the wonderful ways of these beautiful spiritual worlds. Worlds filled with color and light, and the brothers all live in a love.
Got a good follow-up to this one, by the way. You're gonna like, there's a lot of language they use in this one. It's in the second one.
For man, for himself. In these spiritual wells of light and love, all the flowers and trees and growth, they extend this love to you as you pass them by. It is a beautiful and happy and joyous way
There
to
is,
live.
oh, I mean, we've been watching a bunch
And
of
you would
these
never
alien
want to
docs, but I mean, one that
return to your
uses
earth
very
world
similar
of
wording
war
that she
and
uses.
hatred and resentment. After you once had a peek into these beautiful worlds of ours, of the inner. And so we are offering you our hand of acceptance and of love. That
The
you will
early-
come with us now. Make the decision that you are through with these physical ways of reaction, resentment, and all the undesirable traits
I'll
of
kick my
man.
ass.
On these inner worlds of light and love, we do all things with our minds. We do not need use our hands to earn our way and livelihood. And this is all part of a progressive evolution, which is now your opportunity, and that you must make the decision and make the choice, for you can move forward on this ever-progressive evolutionary pathway with your brothers at your side, helping you in all of your ways. Zan, you may feel as though you have many, many enemies, but you know there is only one true enemy, and that is the self. And when you overcome this lower self, enemy number one, you will be well on your way to adaptation. For it is ego, the personal ego, that is the betrayer. And I know that you are strong in your mind, Zan. You have showed great strength in a physical way. Now let us see your strength in a spiritual way, and all it takes is the decision.
Her intonation
and
is
the effort on
amazing.
your part. For you do have the help of all the way brothers. And we are pouring the light and the energies and the love radiations of power into your mind now. So make the decision, dear San. Choose wisely. Come with us, this lighted, spiritual way of love. Come now.
It's an interesting set of beliefs, right? It's like, you used to be amazing. You used to be a awesome person. You used to be like the best person in the world. But you just made a bad decision at some point, and you just need a second chance, and you're not even aware you need a second chance.
Have it
It's
all
like,
now.
it's basically
Power
putting
like you've
guilt
never
on you
dreamed of.
immediately.
Opportunity, position, right away. Anything you want, everything you want, all yours, just for joining us in our empire.
Good timing,
As we are ruling
Blade.
the universe.
You woke up at the same time as Zan.
You can be with us now.
The decision was yours, Zan. But unfortunately, the immediate opportunity of joining this empire, where you would gain dominant power over your fellow man, was far more desirable
As
to
if you were some sort of evil
than your
Jedi. I
spiritual
mean,
revolution. You lost to the dark forces.
Even if what you say is true, someone else made me do these things. The blame does not rest on me alone.
There is nothing in the universe that can escape the principle of cause and effect. And every act, deed, or thought is the sole responsibility of the person involved. So it is with you, Zan.
Determinism shit.
Your fear of us destroying you is your guilt of having destroyed others willingly. This is now where I take you back to the time when the Empire gave you your first mission aboard a very powerful battleship.
I'm gonna take you back to the time where there was a completely badass space battle happening.
They were the crew, you were the commander.
Look at this shit! This is what I was talking about with the visuals. This is insane. Yeah, it's just Star Wars. That was a Star Wars shot, yeah. But that was a shot that nobody really did before Star Wars.
Vector coordinates established for final approach. Range 579.
Spaceballs.
Galactic units. Planet Sindarin within telemetry range.
Disengage the main drive. Bring the ship to a halt.
It's fucking gorgeous, y'all. I don't care what you say, this is beautiful.
Alert. More brain scanners detect craft approaching. Data to follow.
They've been warned. Energize defense shields.
1,000 tickets off there? Or...
Annihilate them. Commence firing.
Got this one. Look at that! Yeah, that's me taking care of all my haters at once.
you'll have even more power than you've got now.
It's weird because like that was just code. It said like if and go to.
Delta, Omega, Alpha, 1.
It's weird because in this section where they're just like you'll have even more power, and it's like, but they never ask like why people want power in the first place, like what drives people to want to be like a powerful person. Yeah, like their weird skunk do.
Telecommunication subcarrier
They're fucked up goatees.
emanating from Zendera.
There's never any like surface level stuff behind. That's bad.
Commander.
I offer you the chance to have it all now. Power like you've never dreamed of. Anything you want, everything you want.
Well, I didn't think I'd have to blow up a planet.
Zendarian leader requesting teleconference with Commander.
Just for joining us, our empire. As we are ruling the universe, you can be with us now.
Put some really good emphasis on those words.
Zendarian leader requesting teleconference with Commander. Acknowledged.
So, you've been warned.
This is computer. Enemy ships analyzed to contain insufficient.
Oh yeah, Kuiper, that's so scattershot.
Defense shield maintained.
Tell me, what do you expect to accomplish?
I realize with my spaceships
Oh, I
out
thought he was gonna
there,
puke.
you cannot destroy us, for you shall have to keep your defense shields inactive.
You know, I feel like we're getting away from the topic of like self-actualization, trying to be a better person. Like we're on something else right now. Also, yeah, that's kind of why you cook it. The meat, I mean. Ain't that the truth, Azzer? Shit, another rat raid.
My power.
Hey, Freya.
My energy levels will hold.
It's so good
I
seeing
don't
you.
understand. What is your purpose?
Time.
Give you a shout out in a second. I just gotta deliver some
It's
pizzas.
time to convince you of the situation that this planet is now under.
We're watching The Arrival. This is a cult
Commander,
indoctrination movie from 1980.
I cannot follow your
about a
rule,
UFO cult.
because this planet has now come into another awareness.
Oh, thank you
A new
for the
awareness.
shout out, mods.
And this
Those are-
awareness is of the light.
Probably.
Just recently, we have made contact with a beautiful high spiritual planet. And in this contact, we have been met by a beautiful archangel.
We're mostly watching
He
weird
tells us
UFO
of a
movies.
higher way of life, a more progressive way of life.
I play coin game.
I've been told that I have been a negative leader, but now she teaches us another way, another higher way, a way in which we can learn to live in harmony with our fellow man, and
There they
not
are.
kill. I've taught my people to kill, but no more. Please, Commander,
Ratané.
give us a chance to progress. Give me a chance to teach my people this new light which I am now coming into an awareness of.
Look at these production values for what is a cult indoctrination video. It's insane.
Peace and progression, positive beings. You don't want any of that. I'm a god in my own right. I have power over you. You're nothing to me.
You're a nobody.
You're
You're
in
no
my way,
talent.
and I'll get rid of you.
Can I not get my tip?
Have you not yet had this beautiful contact with these higher beings? Have they not come to you? Have you not felt them in your heart and in your soul? If you have had a vision,
Not really.
why have you not given your all to it? Is some dark negative force blocking you from realizing how you really feel? You know that killing is negative. And you know that destroying us is negative.
It's negative.
Please, Commander, I beg you, let us follow the light and the truth.
It's over here. Anyway, I'm glad I got to share this with other people finally. I totally forgot about this movie. It's nuts.
Commander, no sign of danger up to...
He looked at the camera! He's looking at the camera! Look! He's staring directly at the camera!
Please, Commander, heed our plea.
People like you threaten people like me.
It's true. Yeah, do you think they were feeding him his lines from off screen? They definitely were.
Gameron field capacitor engaged.
I love how happy the computer sounds.
Defense shield disengaged. Stand by for power transfer sequence to Gameron field capacitor.
Channel all energy into the Gameron field.
It's Coachy, they go like completely off tangent. It's so funny. It's just like, actually, we just wanted to make a cool sci-fi movie. Sorry.
Vector coordinates established for field convergence.
Hey, Peregrine. I don't know if you were here when I was talking about this, but this is a Colt indoctrination movie. I know it doesn't look like it.
Program 2 initiate.
Lighted ones, are you with us in our moment of sadness?
Dear brothers,
Right? I want to eat them.
We
They look
lighted
good.
ones are with you, and with all of your people. Fear not. Come with us into the world.
Unarians make it pretty good. Wayne Father. If that planet didn't want to blow up, they'd agree that he's the most powerful person. Oh my god, I blew up Alderaan.
Planet destroyed. Approximate death toll 4.2 billion.
Murdering 4 billion people was just as much as a shock for you as it was for those killed. The reality of what you had done began to sink in, and the human side of you was showing. But it was too late. They were all
The human
physically
side.
dead. Zan, you were nothing more than a mere puppet for those above you. And all those involved carry the same karma. But you pressed the button. And the horror of this deed has remained with you for all of these thousands of years. And thousands of years
You feel
to
just
come,
as bad.
unless you heed we brothers of light. From there you fought other space battles, as did many souls hungry for this dark power, who were untouchable in space, had your enormous power. But there on land, you were defeated and suffered a bloody and emotional death. But you killed yourself back there on that ship with those 4 billion people.
I know you don't understand the concept of
is that
school.
you died evolutionary-wise. And ever since then, my young brother, you have been too guilty to face we of the light. But remember, we have compassion and understanding for all souls of the infinite. But because you would not face and listen to us, you degenerated to this very low.
Thanks, Frey. It was great seeing you. Oh, what were you playing real quick if you have a chance before you leave? I'm sorry.
Positive leader, to whom you destroyed the physical, but not.
Got caught up by the Unarians.
Continue to receive wisdom from the lighted ones. I evolved to what you see now, your brother of truth.
Oh shit, yeah. Is that another, is that a new boomer shooter? So I'm down. But anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to keep you here. Go eat your food. Go eat your food. I just wanted to know. I'm sorry.
It's hard to accept what I feel and see.
Oh, that sounds dope.
But my deep sorrow tells me it is so. My fear toward you is only my guilt of facing my destructive past.
Thank you, Colt, for making me realize I was a bad person the whole time. And that I would never have come to this realization without you. I'm glad Weird West is making a comeback as a setting. I really like the Weird West setting.
Light our minds can conceive. If you aboard our ship, you will meet more of we brothers, and each one will tell you how they individually conceive the infinite love from this being. She is presently aboard this ship, for she, in one of her infinite forms
Here she is.
of expression, has stepped herself down to express in a physical body.
They're all bald
You
except
and
for
your
her.
people may relate to her more closely. We call her the Elder. However, in her true spiritual self, she is known by the Brothers of Light as the Prince of the Realm, Uriel. Just thinking about this great being enables us to tune in and feel this love as she channels these infinite healing
There's some more
radiations.
pizzas.
I feel this love and this power. It's beautiful.
It's beautiful.
I wish to learn more.
It's just like our Colt
I
leader.
wish to know all that you say. You are good people. I know this now.
Thank you for showing me those horrifying visions of me murdering people. I've been convinced you're good now.
Come to the greatest opportunity of your life. We will show you your future.
Shit.
We will teach you to live in a beautiful state of consciousness. You will learn there are countless billions upon billions of other worlds, and that this world is only one small speck in the cosmogony. But it is that speck that we have come to help.
Right though, Azur? Well, I mean, they were like clapping. They were like, that was sick. That's how it was.
Come to us, Zan. We will teach you, so you may return to your tribe and help them come to us. For each one of your people carries some karmic negative chain of lives that has held them back, but that we may help and see your people blossom out into the rose of infinity, and once again return towards that pathway of light that only follows the stars.
It's really not saying anything. We follow the path of light that's in the stars. Throwing down his sword and picking up a plowshare.
do want to be like you. I want to change. My fear of your ship was really my deep guilt. I know that your ship will not harm me as I've harmed
Look at the shadow.
my fellow man.
That's just on that beam. That's so cool.
I know now that there is
I don't think
a
that's
better way,
intentional.
and I wish to learn.
I think it's compositive.
To face whatever comes and change my ways. So I am coming, brother. I feel your love. I seek your light.
Wouldn't want to live there. I want to live in the Clax dimension. Like, what the fuck? It's absolutely the Clax, where Clax is played and made. But it's only the 80s, and it's not the 90s, and there isn't time for Clax yet, but y'all ain't ready for that conversation. Don't worry, Kuiper. They elevated his consciousness so they could understand what he was saying. That's why they were able to use the word school. I think it will. I think Clax will unite you with your brothers. That's the way. Fucking hair. Oh, okay. Why didn't they redo his hair? Sorry, I just closed out of the game because I was like, I gotta watch this. Oh, whoops. Hey, the top's cut off. It's fine, you didn't miss anything. Gee, I wonder what came out, like 4 years before this, Koji? Huh. I wonder what's in there.
Archangel Uriel. I am light. I am wisdom.
Sorry, I'm just enthralled right now. This is better than I remembered it being. She's huge!
Come with me through this tunnel of stars. Here you will find worlds of cosmic love to which there is no end. Never, never forget the pathway to the stars. Go in peace and ever seek within thee the love that I give unto thee, for I am infinity. Infinity.
I am infinity. You have to hug me now, come on. Azur, she's showing love. That's how you show love. By smiling really bigly and having your eyes as wide as possible. I'm so mad, Goblin. It's so true. Okay, bye, we're leaving. They're off to be on the cover of a Boston album.
Throughout infinity, you will always find the lighted ones. So listen, and listen well to that inner voice, and never rest until joining mind and soul to the cosmic design, generated within all men by the universal force of creation.
It drags a little bit, though. I don't know if you can tell. And there is Ruth Norman. Ruth Norman. That's her name. So that is, that's the arrival. The Unarian Academy of Science, or whatever it's called. Indoctrination video. It's interesting, because reading about them, like, Ruth Norman and Ernest Norman, the founders of this, like, you think this is going somewhere, like this is gonna be like, and you need to give us all your money or something, but they really didn't. They definitely like weren't in it for that, which is crazy to me. Like a lot of this is they reject like the formal structure of a cult. There's not, the whole point of this is necessarily not to worship the two of them, if that makes sense. Like the founders, which is like every other cult ever. So that's why I was always struck by them. It was so weird. Because they were more of just like, yeah, no, you just need to prepare for the aliens. Don't follow me. You need to be following, you know, this made up life science thing that we made up. It's not religion, but it is a religion. But it borrows a lot of stuff from, you know, Star Wars, Christianity, and, you know, what's Hinduism. They love to call themselves amazing movie. This is a movie made by people who don't know how to make, who've never made a movie before, and that's why it looks so good. But yeah, that's The Arrival. I'm glad I got to show that off because it is a very weird piece of media that exists in a very strange time, or came from a very strange time where you could just make something like this for like $50,000 or something crazy like that. And just caring more about the actual production than the actual religion, or trying to indoctrinate someone. Just being like, okay, but we want to make something cool. Can we make something cool? They also don't talk about this on the Wikipedia for the Unarians, which is crazy to me. Like, this is their magnum opus to me. Like, this is the best looking thing. This is the best thing they could do to get somebody to follow their their religion, but also I'm probably looking for something completely different from anybody else looking to cults. They're looking to join a cult, so, you know, probably not the best person. I'm also not really shopping around to join a cult currently. What I am shopping around to do is to go take a huge pee. Is to go to the bathroom. So I think I might do that here real quick. I really wish I could find out how much they spent on this, but it's crazy though. It's crazy. Thank you for sitting through that with me. I'm gonna go use the bathroom, and I think when we come back, we'll watch something a little lighter. Although that was pretty light. I'm thinking we got a couple choices here. There's a Mysteries of the Unexplained, Strange Beings and UFOs. That's a Reader's Digest documentary. There's UFO Diaries, First Encounters. That one's a pile of dog shit. That one's very bad production. That one's great. That one's great in how bad it is. And then we have the Sci-Fi Channel UFO special with where then it's narrated and hosted by James Doohan, who's the guy who played Scotty on Star Trek. So, and it got taken off the air. I don't know why. They aired it like once or twice or something. I'm assuming because they interviewed Bob Lazar on this, who has been discredited for a UFO guy. People have always discredited him. He's been a big name in the UFO circles as being like, I saw this and did this, but it's like, did you? I don't think you did. So we'll get into this. I don't know what year this is from. Like, I want to say like 1990. Let me see this. Oh, that's loud.
Hi, I'm James Doohan. In the next hour, we'll examine the...
Oh, this is an hour and a half. Oh, I was hoping these would be a little shorter. 1 second. How long is this one? This one's 1997. This one's like an hour or two. This one will be fun, I think. Be a good one to watch. This one's 59 minutes. This is by Reader's Digest. Come on now. Anyway, but I'm gonna go take a break. I'm gonna go use the bathroom, fill up my water and all that. Drink some water probably. And then we'll get back into some coin game. I got really distracted by The Arrival. I'm sorry. I love that. I love it too much. What time is it? I'm gonna say like 4:35. I'm gonna give myself a little bit of time. So we'll be back in like 7 or 8 minutes. I'm gonna run an ad. Don't watch the ad. If you haven't been here before, mute the tab or something. Mute your computer. Walk away for that time. Maybe get a drink. Go to the bathroom yourself. But you don't have to watch the ad if you don't want to. But you know, keep the stream open. Okay, let me get the music going again. Okay, hello. Hey everybody. I'm back. I'm back a little early. We'll poke back into Coin Game a little bit and show off some of the more other stuff. So I'm less interested in paying attention to Mysteries of the Unexplained, this other video we're gonna watch. Much less interested in paying attention to it, so I might be talking over it at points, so such is life. But yeah, hope that was one of the most refreshing breaks I've ever had from a stream. We washed off some of the funk off from the arrival. But I think we need to get to some content. I think I need to be getting back into the content mines here. So let me get it running. Mysteries. That's what we. It's not the one. Ah, yes. It's... Baldi's doing that thing again. It loves to do this. Let me mute the music. It really, OBS loves to lose my Vivaldi for some reason. Really strange. Until I move it back to my primary monitor. That's probably what's causing it. Anyway, I don't know much about this one. The other ones I'd watched a little bit of, so this gets bad, we'll just cut out. We'll just stop playing it. We'll just stop watching it, I mean. It's fine. But it was the shortest of the ones I had left, so what I was gonna say is a lot of the language they used in The Arrival about brotherhood and all that, that's a very, like, 50s and 60s contactee language, like people who believe they've been visited by aliens in, like, the 50s and 60s. There's just, like, there's all this talk of brotherhood, and hello, Robin. And however we're all brothers. One of the other docs I had listed that I've also watched, I've watched myself. It's kind of dry, so I didn't put it on. It's called Farewell, Good Brothers. That's like a bunch of interviews with abductees from like the 50s and 60s, or contactees, or whatever you want to call them, and how they all kind of express this same sort of like feeling that The Arrival expresses about like, oh, we all need to be we all need to love, and we need to be brothers, and this crap. It's like, yeah, I believe in it, but it is also just like very of the time, you know, like very of the 60s, like the free love of the 60s stuff. And that's a good documentary because it's less interested in Farewell, Good Brothers. I mean, it's a pretty good doc because it's less interested in like the gonzo nature of like aliens and more of how it affected these like very normal people that went through this, because a lot of them are just like older people who are living very normal lives, don't go to UFO conferences or anything like that. It's just, yeah, this happened. I'm a welder. I'm a welder and I live in Saginaw. Like it's this happened to me. I don't really talk about it. That's kind of the tone, at least, of those. Woo! It's loud. This looks like it'll be great though.
The search for new life forms extends to the invisible edge of the universe. It is a quest to solve the greatest mystery of all.
But the stuff is like so interesting, I just get lost in it.
Even as scientists listen for signals of intelligence from beyond our galaxy, here on planet Earth, a search of another kind begins. In Northern California, investigators look for evidence of a man-ape that's still unclassified by science.
Oh shit, this is a Bigfoot.
Our quest for strange creatures takes us
That's
to
just
the
a Komodo
corners
dragon.
of the globe, and finally, beyond the limits of the Earth. In the skies above Belgium, a high-speed UFO encounter leads to a stunning announcement. Just how close have we come to extraterrestrial contact? Victims of alleged alien abductions tell us of ordeals.
Yeah, I hated these as a child goblin. Now I watch them for fun. Like, my parents were obsessed with these, I feel like UFO stuff.
Reader's Digest Mysteries of the Unexplained presents Strange Beings and UFOs.
I love this music, though. But, yeah, they all have really ominous, like, early electronic music. Dude. Grab it. Come on. Need to pick you up. Oh, okay. Sorry, Robin's just staring at me like he wants attention. He wants in my lap, but he won't jump up here. Come on. Come on. So I, like, pet him on the head, like, to encourage him that it's like, yes, I want to give you attention. But he doesn't want me to pick him up, and he doesn't want to jump up into my lap. He just wants to stare at me.
This is a man with a mission to prove or disprove the existence of a legendary creature.
Let's make some money.
This is a cast of its gigantic footprint.
And a cow
Jeff
plushie.
Meldrum, a primate anatomist, is one of a handful of investigators around the world studying these extraordinary creatures.
Oops. What?
From these tracks and some 1,500 U.S. sightings comes a profile of what some call a monster, and others a missing link. Its height is estimated at between 6 and 8 feet. Its weight between 280 and 700 pounds. The Indians of the Northwest call the creature Sasquatch. We call it Bigfoot.
We are stupid.
People sometimes ask, could a Bigfoot track simply be a big human foot? And the answer is quite simply no, that there are very significant differences between the two.
I can clip through the cow's head.
For example, the foot is basically much flatter than is a human footprint. There's no discernible arch as is found in a human footprint.
Come on, man.
There are also differences in the way in which the foot moves. In a more ape-like foot, there is greater flexibility through the instep. And I've seen this feature consistently
the cow's mine.
demonstrated in a number of tracks from a number of different and very diverse situations.
Get this other one too.
New tracks have arrived at Meldrum's lab, along with a home video from a fishing guide named Rich Gear.
Am I just gonna pick all these up? Am I just gonna win all of these? No, I'm not.
There's another one right there that's been stepped on by a dog. There's another cast right there. We're headed towards the creek at the point.
A long-time tracker of Bigfoot, Gear had come well prepared. He made casts of the footprints before following them deeper into the woods.
Something moved and then I looked.
They love making casts of these footprints.
30, 40 foot away on the side of the hill and staring me, sort of bent over, kind of like a linebacker in a football game, head kind of hunched back, looking down around the corner at me, was this furry creature.
According to Gear, the creature then fled into the forest.
Now I want it.
As it did, it left behind a few strands of body hair.
Okay. How wild. This is unreal.
Gear sent them along to Meldrum for analysis.
He just pulled some more out.
Sasquatch hair samples have been found throughout the Northwest. Meldrum will have these examined at the university's lab.
Very sure they've been found, yeah. Those are absolutely but hair samples, not just
Hello,
random
is this Rich
hair.
Gear? Yes, this is Jeff Meldrum calling. Yes, I received your package. Yes, it received,
Meldrum will soon visit the heart of Bigfoot country to meet Rich Gear as the search for nature's most elusive creature continues.
In fact, a colleague of mine and myself would like to come out and...
You always win on this one? This
Many
seems broken.
centuries ago, no one doubted the reality of monsters. or that a maiden sacrifice
No way!
might quench their bloody thirst. Much more than creatures of the imagination, they were dragons to be slain.
Oh, I hope they go into dragons. I hope this is about dragons too. I got robbed by that game.
Of all these fierce and fabled beasts,
Oh, I hope this is about griffin sightings.
the head of an eagle and the body of a lion with wings, it was a creature that struck terror in the hearts of men.
Yeah, it was a creature that struck terror. The ones we definitely saw.
Griffins were very real man-eating monsters.
What?
Researcher Adrian Mayer now believes.
Wait a second.
Why?
Legends of monsters often arise in fossil-rich areas. One good example from antiquity is the griffin. The legend began when Greeks made contact with nomads who mined for gold in the vast deserts of the Central Asia.
By word of mouth, the myth traveled west along ancient caravans.
I didn't think there were griffin truthers either. This rules.
Greeks began to go east toward China over these caravan routes to trade for gold. They brought back more and more reports.
The ancient nomads
I got the bonus.
mined for gold in a region rich with fossil remains of dinosaurs. Centuries later, when
I'm gonna get
fossil
it again.
hunters journeyed to the Gobi Desert, they recovered 2,000 tons of fossils from one species alone, Protoceratops.
Want out? Is that what you want?
It's easy to see how this real dinosaur inspired the fable of the griffin.
Yeah, it's very easy to see how that could happen. Hey, ow. Okay, I'm gonna let you out. Pull a bean.
The large nostril
Come on, get
holes
up.
in the fossil skull
Robin.
of Protoceratops were assumed to be its eyes. And in the medieval mind, the beak and claws of a dinosaur became the wings and talons.
Second, he drew blood on me, Robin.
Finally, a myth that endured for centuries can now be put to rest.
Sorry, my cat just swiped at my hand. I think he really needed to go to the bathroom.
search for
And he
Bigfoot
really wanted out. He hasn't done that in a long time.
Well, I've spoken to Rich Gear, who sent me the videotape and cast and other materials. He's
Oh.
found a camp for us here.
You got like my whole back of my
In Orleans,
hand. Oh my
California,
god,
Jeff
Robin.
Meldrum is joined by Richard Greenwell of the International Society of Cryptozoology in Tucson, Arizona.
Sorry, I gotta talk about this. I laid my hand down on the side because I was like laying back. I was gonna get up, and he like jumped up and swiped my hand because he thought I was playing with him. I'm assuming.
Unverified animals and see if we can verify them. And of
Or maybe he
course,
thought I was fucking with him because I kept poking him in the back of the head, trying to get him to jump up into my lap.
I'm hopeful.
Guess that's not what he wanted. He wanted out.
Real biological phenomenon, we could call it. It's going to be pretty significant for zoology as well as anthropology, as well as society, I think.
The team's first objective is to follow up on Rich Gear's recent Bigfoot sighting. A seasoned forest guide, Gear will donate a few days of his time to help them search for new Bigfoot tracks.
Rich Gear, how you doing? Been doing a little scouting around here.
It's
and,
chupacabra.
just not too far over the hill is where the actual Patterson sighting was, and there's a nice little sandbar there, and possibly, you know, we might see some things that might get exciting.
I got the bonus once, and now I'm gonna play this game forever.
If these investigators do find Bigfoot, it won't be the first time a myth has inspired the
There we
search
go.
and discovery of a real creature.
Here's an example of a bear paw, probably a black bear, a real big black bear, and we see the paw mark here, but we haven't seen the bear, and it's kind of the case with Bigfoot. You do see the footprints, but you don't see the Sasquatch itself.
What is this music?
When we return to the search for Bigfoot, Meldrum and Greenwell will visit a place where
Commercial
Sasquatch
break
left more
music.
than a footprint.
This is not about aliens, but that's okay.
The search for real monsters has led
Yeah,
explorers
that's a bear
to
track.
the far corners of the world. In Asia, the dragon is a symbol of creation and destruction. But was it always just a metaphor, a sign? In this century, the word dragon would take on an entirely new dimension.
In Asia. I know, I was just like, I was in awe at that.
In 1926, a wealthy American adventurer named W. Douglas Burden made a 15,000-mile journey to
Oh my
Indonesia.
god. It was surrounded by
Burden
stock
was
sound
lured to a
effects.
volcanic island called Komodo by native reports of large and ferocious lizards.
Oh, it is the MGS3 ambiance. Holy shit.
As Burden pushed into the unexplored jungles, the island of Komodo seemed like a lost world. After several days of exploration, he set up camp on a 2,000-foot plateau. It was there he encountered a monster forgotten by time. These are the world's first images of the Komodo dragon. Burden could scarcely believe his
So
eyes.
close to the jackpot on that one.
It is a real dragon, black as dead lava, whose every
They're so
aspect
cute.
speaks of infinite existence.
The saliva of the Komodo dragon is so laden with poisonous bacteria, one bite from this monster can be fatal. Komodo dragons weighing it at over 500 pounds can overpower wild pigs and water buffalo. They've also killed and eaten human beings.
Here they are, killing and eating a human being. They're so cute.
Burden's film provided indisputable proof that his Komodo dragons were real. But half a world away, a single still photograph would trigger a monster controversy that continues to this day. In 1934, an English surgeon named Robert Kenneth Wilson.
There's people with pet Komodo dragons.
The picture taken from the shores of a lake in Scotland.
The music design in this is fucking
For decades,
amazing.
witnesses here reported a giant
I don't know
beast
who did the
swimming in
soundtrack,
deep
but
waters of Loch Ness.
game sucks.
Wilson claimed to have captured an image of the monster in broad daylight. The photograph was a profile of a huge creature
All right,
that
now we're
looked like
talking.
a dinosaur.
It was
Nicknamed
probably a
Nessie,
log.
The Loch Ness Monster provoked claims of fraud by some scientists. It was hailed as a breakthrough by believers.
Oh, shit.
Recently, in a deathbed confession, a man who claimed to be part of the famous sighting insisted the entire episode was an elaborate hoax.
It was. Come on, look at that thing. Of course it was
He
a
claimed
hoax.
the celebrated image captured not the likeness of a monster, but a small wooden model attached to a toy submarine. Wilson himself never recanted his claim. Many researchers continue to believe that Nessie is real.
I know in like 4th or 5th grade we had a pet iguana as a class pet. We mostly weren't allowed to touch it. We just got to look at it.
Today, we'd like to think
Because
we
it
have
could be
conquered
nasty,
our
I guess.
fear
I don't know why.
of the deep.
It'd probably bite us because we were children, maybe? Pretty much a cosmetic class pet.
Is little
Yeah.
more than a summer diversion, a chance to get away from it all. But buried in our primal hearts, the fear of what lies below haunts us still.
Oh no.
The ocean's depths are alien territory, a place where nightmares do come true. The farther we fall into the abyss, the darker and the colder the visions. Logic vanishes, and suddenly we spy the faint outline of a monster.
I think we need monsters. I think we need scary, uncontrollable creatures in the sea or out of the sea, for that matter, to give us the proper sense of humility, to demonstrate to us that we're not really in charge of this planet and we can't do whatever it is we want.
Richard Ellis is the author
Never get to
of
the next
several
level of
books
this.
on
It's
the search
impossible.
for new life forms in the sea, many illustrated with his own paintings.
The sea is going to humble us all.
Ocean is the largest single environment on the planet, and the largest part of that single environment is the deep ocean. 90% of that is 2 miles deep. So, every once in a while, some mysterious creature is found. Most of the time they're small, occasionally they're large, but there could be almost anything.
Oh, I remember this game.
Haven't seen.
I played this so much.
Scientists thought the coelacanth had been extinct for 70 million years. Then in 1938, the fish was found. Here was a fossil suddenly brought to life.
Thing is sick. I love how afraid people were of the sea at this time. Like, mysterious, mysterious world of origin. It's like, yeah, of course it is. I thought we all knew that.
Two black
Maybe I'm crazy.
Who thrive without oxygen or light in temperatures of 500 degrees Fahrenheit. While these new finds intrigue Richard Ellis, the
love to knock
monster
down
that's
clowns.
captured his imagination remains elusive.
The giant squid is the
that.
most impressive creature on Earth, I think. The largest invertebrate in the world is a creature that gets to be 60 feet long, that has eyes the size of dinner plates, that has a beak.
They finally found one of these, didn't they? Like alive?
That of a parrot. In addition to that,
for a long time, we didn't think giant squids were alive.
Has never been seen alive by any human being, and that I think adds tremendously to its mystery.
There is also.
I haven't seen Godzilla -1 yet. No, I heard it's really good.
Preyed upon human beings. In 1873, a huge squid attacked 3 fishermen off the coast of Newfoundland. When the creature lashed out with a tentacle, one of the crewmen managed to hack it off with an axe. The fishermen not only escaped with their lives, they also got away
get
with
one
the
ball?
squid's tentacle. Absolute proof of the existence of a true monster of the sea.
That fucking thing.
Recently, the dead body of this giant was hauled aboard an Australian fishing boat.
Well, like, they don't exist, and people never got them alive because they would just die because of the pressure differential, if I remember right?
This creature's tentacles are nearly 40 feet long.
This is just about big
And the
animals.
largest one ever measured was 57 feet long. It washed up in New Zealand in 1948. So we know they get to be that big. Do they get to be any bigger? Maybe.
My God, I should have just asked you, Goblin, about what wags mean in the context of that Channel 4 doc.
But anyone who tries had best be well prepared. Dr. Hanlon studies squid here at the Marine Biological Laboratory on Cape Cod.
Okay, that's all right. I
These
see.
squid are only a fraction of the size of their giant cousins, but they're.
It's like saying broads. It's it's footballing, chat. Okay.
Total darkness. You come into.
Thank you. That makes perfect sense. Unfortunately.
What happens?
It recognizes you as prey, it detects you, orients towards you, and all of a sudden outshoot these long tentacles. Whap! And it's got you.
Slow motion photography can only hint at the horrors awaiting a diver confronted by a giant squid.
Well, this is just like trying to make you as scared of everything as possible. But using like
Marine
fantasy
researchers
monsters.
hope to find and capture a giant squid in the near future. Until then, Richard Ellis will have to paint his monster from the imagination rather than life.
Oh, I get 4 credits here. Okay. Yeah, it specifically means yeah.
Medford Taylor is a photographer for National Geographic magazine. 10 years ago, he crossed paths with a creature that haunts a world of stone and ice. It was 1985. The first joint Soviet-American mountain climbing expedition was in its second week. Americans and Russians were scaling a series of peaks in the Pamir Mountains of present-day Tajikistan. The story was covered by National Geographic, and Medford Taylor was sent to capture the adventure on film.
Arnie mirror? Put this up in my garage, I guess? I don't know what this is.
Up until this point, I was rather cynical about stories that I'd heard of Bigfoot and Nessie and other such monster stories. And after actually experiencing an incident like this, I began to question my own disbelief.
I gotta go get food for my duck. I'm out of duck food at home.
That I hiked out from the camp some 2-3 kilometers alone.
Uncharted music.
Flowers and fauna around the area. And in one of these valleys, late on an afternoon, I came upon this very large footprint, seemingly by a human of some sort, but not one of any size I'd ever encountered.
This is like all Bigfoot.
This is the first time
where are the aliens?
Photos of the footprint have been revealed to the world.
Not only did I photograph the footprint, but the more I looked at this footprint, the more I realized that I was seeing something strange, something I'd never seen before.
Go mountain biking. I'm gonna go pawn a bunch of stuff and then go mountain biking.
It was cold. It was always cold in that desolate valley, and there was always a slight wind blowing. But even beyond that, I felt this chill. There was obviously some other being around me in this place.
Taylor is certain he was not hoaxed. He had told no one in the base camp where he intended to hike that fateful day.
All I know
seems
is
smart.
I took the photographs, they're real, and I suppose when people don't understand the reason for something, they walk away from it. And so I suppose for that reason, I put the pictures away in my own file for the last 10 years, and there they've sat. But I still don't have an answer to this.
Unexplained footprints and sightings of ape-like creatures are not confined to Asia. Evidence has been found in many North American states and Canadian provinces.
Those cow fleshes are worth 5. That's not bad.
The most frequent reports come from British Columbia, Washington, Oregon, and Northern California.
I get asked quite often if I believe in Sasquatch and Bigfoot, and my answer is usually, and has to continue to be for now, is on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, I believe in Bigfoot. And on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, I don't. And on Sundays, I rest.
This is a lot of Bigfoot, but that's okay. I'm gonna go check out the fairgrounds, I guess. I've been to the pier before down here, but the nature trails are new, I think. I don't think they're gonna be all that impressive.
Bluff Creek, California. In 1967, two men, Roger Patterson and Bob Gimlin, were determined to bring back proof, once and for all, that Sasquatch existed. That October, they mounted an expedition to Bluff Creek, a site where scores of footprints have been reported. As they explored the creek bed for tracks, their horses were suddenly spooked. Gimlin stayed behind, but Patterson grabbed his Super 8 camera and raced toward the ape-like form squatting beside the creek.
Oh no. Wait a second.
This is the actual scene Patterson shot in 1967.
Wait a second.
A few seconds of film of what he and Gimlin swore.
Okay, wait a second. I just want so this footage, this Bigfoot video, this like really famous one, the Gimlet and Patterson film. I took a class on Bigfoot in college, so this is like the original Bigfoot sighting, right? This is really strange. I just want to say because I've never heard this framed that they went looking for Bigfoot. I've actually heard the opposite, that they just had a camera and they were doing some ranching. And they were just recording because they were messing around with the camera, like out in the because it was a brand new, this is like the 70s, they said, like it's still pretty new technology, and they were like, let's go record some nature footage. That is how I was told about this footage. That's how I was told in my college class I took on Bigfoot. We don't talk about that class. That's really strange. I think they're making it up for the documentary or vice.
Sasquatch.
So obviously like a guy in a suit too. Maybe they'll change it here, but like that's really funny.
Jeff Meldrum believes that if the film is a hoax, it would have required a sophisticated knowledge of primate anatomy, something that Patterson did not possess.
The subject of the Patterson film, for example, walks with a very bent-kneed gait. He's walking very flat-footed. There's a lot of overlap in support between the two limbs.
Another feature that intrigues Meldrum is the way the creature swivels its entire upper body.
It's almost as if it's wearing a big. It's almost as if they're wearing a big mask that allows for no peripheral visions.
So the fact that all of these features act in concert, and each time I see the film, new things sort of come to the surface, keeps bringing me back to the film to study it more and more.
Nothing.
Soon, the team will break off their search for Bigfoot. Meldrum is anxious to return to Idaho to learn the results of the lab tests on the Bigfoot hair samples.
And the random hair they found in the woods.
In the meantime,
Bigfoot is one of the funniest like things to me with regards to like esoteric shit, because I don't believe it.
Far
Anyway.
above the realm of Bigfoot,
I think a lot of it is like people want Bigfoot to be real, but like in using the sort of like, oh, there's a lot of stuff in the woods we can't explain, which is true. There's a lot of undiscovered like species and out in the woods. There's so much of like the U.S. even alone that's like completely unmapped that we just don't know. It's very easy to hide out in the woods and get lost out in the woods, but Bigfoot's kind of
today. Public opinion polls indicate more and more people believe in alien encounters.
Here we go. Now we're talking.
Witnesses on every continent have reported strange objects in the sky.
Ooh, that's the Tetris building.
Unidentified flying objects that defy conventional explanation. But most scientists maintain that alien civilizations would never consider space travel as a means of contact.
This doesn't sound like the kind of thing that a smart alien intelligence would do.
Dr. Paul Horowitz is a Harvard physicist.
The cost of a round trip to the nearest star, using technology we could not conceive of actually building, but which is permitted by the laws.
What that central one?
Would use $200 billion worth of fuel. Would use the U.S. power consumption for 1 million years. I think perhaps the most diplomatic thing one can say is the laws of physics do not prohibit space travel.
Oh.
But the laws of economics, in some sense, really do.
And get in that central
proponents
one.
of extraterrestrial contact point to a variety of evidence. Photographs of UFOs have been investigated.
Yep, that's it. That's a
by
UFO.
host of researchers. And UFOs have been tracked by radar operators who know the difference between weather phenomena.
Yeah, that's a UFO. It looks just like that. It's interesting how UFOs looked a lot like pots and pans, huh?
For UFO research,
for a really long
a group
time.
Composed of PhDs from various scientific fields.
The United States does not take UFOs seriously currently. However, there are certain countries like France and China, mainland China, and particularly Belgium, that have had many sightings and do take the subject seriously.
Is Belgium
In
responding to an
1990,
alien
there were
emergency?
A whole series of radar visual sightings over Belgium involving state-of-the-art jet interceptors, multiple radars. None of this could be explained.
In 1990, the Belgian Defense Ministry, through radar and visual observation, confirmed an outbreak of UFO sightings. At one point, Air Force fighters were sent to intercept the UFOs, which were simultaneously tracked by...
I just watched an episode of X-Files the other night. I think that's based on this. Wait, no, it can't be.
Belgian jets locked onto the objects for 5 seconds before the UFOs sped away at speeds that would have killed a human pilot.
They just...
It is impossible
The Belgians are built different, I guess.
Aircraft to accelerate within 1 second from 150 knots till 500 knots. That is for sure. Because even the human body would not tolerate such an acceleration.
Yes, me.
Thousands of witnesses, including the military and the police, reported sighting the UFOs. Consistent drawings of triangular objects were made by people scattered across the region.
Piano music.
When authorities compared the sketches with eyewitness photos, the circle of evidence was complete. During this extraordinary
The circle of evidence is
Air
complete.
Force Colonel Wilfried de Brouwer confirmed the sightings of unidentified flying objects in Belgian airspace. It was the first time a Western government officially admitted that such an encounter had occurred.
It's not true, though. Maybe it was back then, but... Yes, but I feel like none of them, a couple of them never identified that back then. Every time they needed a distraction, they go, oh, we saw a UFO, actually.
Many more have been made by civilians who never gave UFOs a second thought.
There's a little sloop sailing north on the river.
This is impossible.
Sam Gerard and his wife Alice live along the Hudson River just north of New York City. Gerard is a retired oceanographer and senior research associate of the Lamont Doherty Earth Observatory of Columbia University. Alice is a former school administrator.
Well, I really didn't know anything about UFOs before this incident. I thought they were most unlikely.
Go close to the star on this.
And I didn't really believe...
Yeah, they got it, Blade. Don't worry.
People who said they'd seen them until I saw one myself.
As a scientist...
Oh, I was really good at this. I remember being at this game.
A complete agnostic. If I were to see one, I could believe in it, but just to hear accounts of their existence was not any scientific proof as far as I was concerned.
On March 16, 1996, the Gerards were driving east on Veterans Memorial Highway. At 5:45 p.m., they saw a low-flying object through the trees.
Unreal music here.
We slowed down enough to determine that it was probably neither...
Try to go all the way over there. That works.
Sam and Alice followed the object to Lake Tapan, where it hovered in one position high over the water.
Oh shit, I didn't want to throw again.
Sam made this sketch of a UFO covered with flashing lights.
Did he say it was UFO, or did you say it was UFO?
Sun from the west and back of us.
It looked like a piece of junk jewelry because the lights didn't seem to be arranged regularly. They were sort of bright. They all seemed to me to be like electric light bulbs.
That were in the article in the paper.
Go pawn these plushes.
Sam Gerard has designed instruments that were adapted for use during the Apollo project to the moon. But nothing in his experience explains the object he saw that afternoon.
I can state unequivocally that this was not a conventional aircraft, nor was it powered by any system that is understood even by people with a high level of understanding.
Guess I'll ride this.
Technology.
I guess not. I have to buy a ride pass for that.
Sam and Alice's encounter is the latest in the series of American sightings that began in a period following the Second World War. Clustered around a 2-week period in the late 1940s, reports came in from all 48 states.
The modern UFO era began in 1947 when Kenneth Arnold, a private pilot over Washington State, sighted a chain of objects skimming along over the mountaintops. And he said that they flew like a saucer does when you skip it across water. And that's the origin of the expression flying saucer.
Tokens have no real money value. These machines are not regulated in any way, are most likely a scam.
And then there was the
It's true, these coin pushers are a
the
scam.
most controversial
Ones at the
encounter in
fair.
the history of the UFO phenomenon. In July of 1947, a local rancher named Mac Brassel discovered fragments of a metallic material spread over a quarter-square mile of his land. It looked like a crash site. The fragments were turned over to officials at the Roswell Army Airfield,
Oh,
home of the
a lot of money.
509th Bomber Group.
Go fix that. I really want to try the coin pushing machines that have like money and like knives and
Roswell
shit in
is
them,
not
even though they're
affiliated in
scams.
But
But they don't have those here in Washington. They don't have those here. Those are illegal in a lot of states. Just saw a scratch card.
Well, that
$25 scratch card? What?
July the 8th, 1947. I was given information by Colonel William
Oh,
H.
man.
Blanchard, the commanding officer.
Oh man.
Haught, the
Don't do
base's
this to
public
me.
relations
Ah.
officer, was told by his boss that
I'll
a
take
UFO
25
had
bucks.
crashed just outside Roswell.
And the release that he wanted me to put out and hand deliver to the
Oh, not Rain. The
in essence,
I was talking about the coin pushers that for real money.
a flying disc. It was
Those are illegal in most states. Like a coin pusher where you're not earning tickets that you're earning like cash out of, or like
Jesse Marcel, who
you
was our
know
base intelligence officer.
a watch or something like. Because those have to be regulated. So usually only see those at like swap meets and stuff, I think. They need to be like regulated because they're gambling devices.
But over the years, several airmen stationed at the base have testified that alien remains were held under tight security in this hangar.
Uh-huh. I'm sure they were. This is like the major problem. This is the major problem with a lot of these alien sighting things is if you take it even at face value, or you take it at like believing that it can seem so real and terrifying by taking it at like face value, or specifically looking at it and going like, well, you know, Roswell happened. It's like the assumption is that the government didn't like fake it, or that they don't have an intense interest in fabricating a lie and them being like, well, you know, like, you really think the government could set up something like Roswell? And it's like, yes, easily. We actually have a lot of. It was actually like in the government's playbook, the U.S. government's playbook, to like falsify like all of these things. Like they came out and said Roswell was fake and we'd staged the whole thing. And like, yeah, like crop circles and everything. And it's just like, it's so hard to figure out like the middle ground on that stuff, where it's like, well, some of the stuff is they say is true, but not necessarily about aliens. It's like, yeah, the U.S. government has a vested interest in keeping you uninformed. There's a whole, oh God, I really need to look up the guy's name, but there's documented cases of like the government showing up to people's houses and being like, you're right, you saw an alien, you saw a crash site. And like, why, in what world would like they do that? Because like the reality to me is if you saw something that the government didn't want you to see, like if some like sort of black ops, you know, money, you know, things you aren't supposed to see as a what's the word I'm looking for, as like a citizen. You're not supposed to see these like secret government projects or something. They could just kill you. It's really not a big deal for you to disappear. It's really not. I don't want to be grim, but like, we now know the government will just kill somebody if they, or make them go crazy. Yeah, like, or put you like, it's not like this isn't me like being like a conspiracy head. I swear, I think it's pretty much fact. They did this in many I don't mean to get into this. I'm sorry, but they've done this in many cases. There's a documented history of a guy who picked up on like radio signals from the nearby like military base, and he thought maybe they were talking about aliens, or he saw light. Oh, that's right. No, he saw lights over a military base, and he like contacted them and was like, "Hey, I just so you know, I saw these lights. I don't know what that's about. I didn't know if you knew about them." And then they showed up, like an agent showed up and was like, "You are absolutely correct. You saw an alien. That was an alien. We are conducting secret alien tests here at this military base." And then proceeded to like basically gaslight this guy until he was going crazy. Like they would fake what was it, like audio broadcasts. They would fake like radio signals. At one point, they faked the whole fucking they faked the whole fucking like crash site and had him fly over it in a government helicopter on the way to something else. Like it's insane. This is what I was getting at with the stuff with Bob Lazar, where it's like, yeah, Bob Lazar was fed all this info where it was like, you're working on a government aircraft. Like, just personally, if I was running some sort of secret government black ops situation where we're developing like a aircraft, like, or a weapon or something like that, the general idea is you split those people up into like government contractors, right? Like you have a couple people working on the wings, or you have someone working on the propulsion system. You have people working on these like weapons in separate sections, like separate from each other, so they don't really know what they're building on the whole, right? Like they don't really know the big thing they're building because it needs to remain classified so it doesn't get out, right? Like it needs to remain classified so that like other governments or whatever don't find out what the weapon is, etc., etc. Pretend I use fancy words here. So keeping everybody separate, that's pretty common. I think they did a lot of these like with nuclear weapons as well, where they'd have people work in separate units, so they weren't quite sure of the full thing they were working on, at least like the extent of it. So this is a pretty standard government playbook thing. And it's like, okay, so if you're working on this secret weapon and you're working on this experimental propulsion system that nobody's ever heard of before, wouldn't it just be easier to tell these people that they're working on alien spacecraft or some bogus things? Like, yeah, we're researching an alien crash site. This is alien technology. Like, and getting just like having them just believe they're crazy as opposed to like actually, an alien. Like, because I think that's just much more likely. And so things like Roswell, it's like, Roswell made so much money and it has been used as a scapegoat for so many things with regards to like government cover-ups that it's just like, at this point, of course it didn't happen. It was clearly like an experiment to see if they could like trick people into thinking that it happened, and it worked. Child-sized coffins.
The base hospital claimed to have witnessed surgeons performing an autopsy on beings that could not have been human.
I'm sure.
It was transferred overseas and disappeared. Then, just a day after the UFO
and then you hear stuff like that's completely like apocryphal. It's like, who? Do you have a name?
That any alien aircraft had
Do you have a name? Do you have when they were transferred over? Because these are just rumors you're telling.
The wreckage found by Mac Brazel was from a weather balloon and not a flying saucer.
I was told by Colonel Blanchard, who I had all the faith in the world in, that we had in our possession a flying disc, and all of a sudden the general overrides it and says it wasn't. It was a weather balloon. I honestly, in my own mind, couldn't visualize.
Yeah, they were real. We shot a
Jesse
couple of them down
Marcel,
over the
Major
U.S.
Marcel, the
last year,
intelligence
remember?
officer, making that big a blooper that he wouldn't know a weather balloon from something else, nor would Colonel Blanchard have not known.
And this
that
is
it
the other
was
kind
not
of
a
thing where
weather
it's just
balloon.
like,
This was quite
oh,
a
Robin's knocking to get in.
revelation.
Fuck him. Yeah, and like
50 years later, government officials insist no alien bodies were ever found.
the only reason we're willing to like take a lot of this stuff at like face value too is you're told the opposite, right? So you think it has to be true.
A non-profit UFO group commissioned a detailed review.
Because your first thought is to think the government is lying to me. It's like, well, they probably are, but not in the way you think.
It was prepared by Carl Flock, the former U.S. Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense. His report has shocked many who believe in Roswell.
The project that I believe was responsible for the debris.
Robin is knocking at my door again, but he's not getting in. He was a bad boy.
And which led to the announcement of the capture of a flying saucer was a project codenamed Mogul. And it was classified top secret. It was very sensitive. It was a very high
next to my dog and watch some TV.
It was operated by a team from New York University.
Oh my god, he's like smacking at my door. Problem, bro.
Mogul was the code word for an experimental balloon designed to carry equipment high into the atmosphere. Its mission was to detect evidence of Soviet atom bomb tests. According to government records, Mogul balloons were being tested in New Mexico. One of them came down on Mac Brazel's cattle ranch. While Project Mogul explains the strange debris found on a cattle range, there's no explanation for the rumors of alien bodies. Carl Flock believes that it's time for the government to acknowledge whether any remains, alien or human, were ever held in secret at the base. Perhaps then, the Roswell incident can be truly put to rest.
Insane sound design. Don't look at me
While
like that.
UFO
Go lay down.
reports continue to come in from all over the world, one UFO phenomenon would confine itself almost entirely to the English
Adrian Barrier.
countryside.
Black Waters? No.
Late in the 1970s, startling evidence of possible alien
Alien.
encounters emerged in the form of strange circular patterns on agricultural land.
We're running it back.
Every summer, more
We're pretending it happened.
circles appeared on crop fields overnight. Speculation grew that the circles
Oh,
were
this is
result
the wrong.
of nocturnal landings by
While
UFOs.
Googling it in Vivaldi.
Scientists and the media descended on the countryside as the number of crop circles multiplied.
There's a flattening. They're actually lying flat on the ground, like this one here, and these along here, look.
Yeah.
They're flat on the ground while there's others growing up right
That's
again.
right. Only in the rain.
Yes.
Over the years, the crop
Yeah, I need to
circles
watch
evolved
this. Though. This
from
looks good. I do like a
simple
Mark
designs to
Ruffalo
elaborate glyph-like symbols.
movie.
Some theorize they were extraterrestrial messages. A new branch of UFO study would seek to decipher their meaning.
Oh, is that Todd Haynes? I think I have to watch it
By
then.
1993, the mystery had become a national obsession. But then two men stepped forward and admitted they were the perpetrators of an elaborate joke. Under the cover of darkness, using the simplest
feed
of
my fish.
tools, they had stomped their way into history with a spectacular hoax.
I'm Dave Chorley, this is Doug Barr.
There they
We
are.
are the two people that have created the crop circles in 1978 through to today.
We started doing the patterns, and last year we did the first pictogram at the bottom of Cheesefoot Head, and that caused quite a sensation. And since then, the furor's got more and more and more. People from overseas coming over because it's something that's even away from the circles. It's more and more important, you see. And they're just scratching their heads. They're still scratching their heads 13 years later.
I feel like I can make a whole bunch of money off of that.
The incident
Ping pong
provided
game.
the world with some comic relief. But other alleged UFO encounters are more serious and as yet unexplained.
I should add that. I need to add that movie to my list, Goblin, along with Silkwood. I need to sit down and watch. Ooh, look at that guy. I need to sit down and watch Silkwood, which is another like this is real and actually happened movie about a
These are sketches
corporation
of alien
basically murdering somebody
made by their victims.
to cover up the fact that they knew. I guess that's what Erin Brockovich is about, although she didn't get murdered. Oh.
Most report being confronted by
Oh, man,
UFOs
I gotta rip
emitting
this. This
bright
looks
and
sick.
Paralyzing lights. Others claim to have been abducted from their car.
I really need to watch Safe.
When they return, they're unable to.
We watched
account
May
for their
December a couple weeks back. That was
for even
excellent.
days. Abductees say they're often restrained and subjected to painful physical tests, invasive procedures focused on sexual organs. Some people who claim to have been abducted exhibit round depressions called scoop marks, as if a layer of cells had been surgically removed from their bodies. Others suffer long cuts and straight-line gashes. Bud Hopkins has written 2 books on abductions and has interviewed hundreds of abductees.
You get very, very few hoaxes because a person is calling you
Oh,
saying,
it's Bud Hopkins.
I don't know what happened to me. I might be losing my mind. I don't want you to call back to
This
my
guy, I
house
think it
because I
is.
don't want my wife to know that I've talked to you. I don't know what's happening, etc. And they insist on anonymity and so forth. There's hardly the motivation for a hoaxer.
Don't go cards up.
There's no way that you cover yourself with glory.
Talk about like flesh tags. Like it's like some of them have tags of flesh.
I thought about UFOs. Never really occurred to me at all.
Or skin tags.
About even their possibility until I was 17 and it was in my face and there was no way to avoid it.
Chris Hinton is a 42-year-old assistant building contractor in Washington, D.C. He provided this interview in hopes of helping other victims. Over the course of a week in the summer of 1972, Chris was helping his brother prepare for a driving test. Each night, they saw several UFOs in the sky.
We see a bright light over the horizon, just shoot
Nice.
across the sky.
Jealous you have a
lightning
tracker.
Stop suddenly on a dime.
How'd you get that? How'd you get one?
This voice explains, as this light projects off the side of the ship, we're hypnotizing you. And there's no need to be afraid. You just relax. And we are going to communicate.
Rub the fuck out of me.
Chris's teenage encounters triggered forgotten memories. Replays of other alien abductions that stretched back into his childhood years.
When I was 4 years old, I had been lost in the woods for several hours. And 2 figures about my size came up, one on either side of me from behind. And they said, "Will you come with us, Chris?" All I saw was a ramp. It looked like a metallic ramp that entered a doorway, and they put me on this table, and they clamped my skull into like a vise of some sort. I remember I just couldn't move, and I saw this contraption. It was metallic, and they clamped it firm. I could not move. And they rammed something up the back of my head, and it hurt like the devil. I was screaming. And
Oh,
they
that was the
had
thing
me up
from
walking out of
Total Recall.
Out of the ship. And I'm running back home.
By 1992, stories like Chris's.
Oh, it's probably
had become so widespread
you're probably thinking of Fire
that
in
a
the
special
Sky.
conference was convened at the Massachusetts Institute of
That is a pretty
Technology
infamous
to
abduction
investigate
scene, even though the rest of the movie's kind of bad.
Sponsored by the Fund for UFO Research, it was attended by prominent scientists, abduction victims, and UFO researchers.
Studies have been conducted that show that
I saw that in theaters last
abductees
year. It
don't
was
know
okay.
anything about the UFO subject. They don't know what other people have reported.
I mean, there's definitely that thought too, Blade, that it's like your mind making up memories to cover up for something extremely traumatic that happened.
We hear tales of people being
Communion
abducted.
talks about that a
We
little
hear
bit.
Heartfelt stories. These people
I don't know,
are very
Communion's
affected
probably
by
my
what they
favorite like alien
imagine
abduction
people are
movie
seeing
because
or
it's very
something.
much operating in that
Never
space of like it
get
doesn't really
your
matter if he was abducted by aliens so much as it's like you had some horrible thing happen to you and we need to and you're having an awful reaction to it and we need to like help you. I don't know, Communion's a great movie.
This woman and her son had an abduction experience. To protect their privacy,
Yeah,
they requested
that happens a
mask
lot. I mean, like I said, Communion touches on that briefly, where they're just like,
on a drive home from a family get-together.
And all of a sudden,
because he goes to like a therapist
by
and
that bright light, just a bright light that came from nowhere.
Communion's
I
a
couldn't see the road.
fantastic
I knew I
movie.
was moving. I looked over at him and I told him I can't see the road. and that's the last of my memory.
My recollection is my mother let go of the steering wheel, and at that point, I reached over and grabbed it.
Can't remember going home. I can't remember the next day.
That green card.
Like many abductees, memories of intrusive alien surgery began to haunt Joan. A year later, an accident would reveal some extraordinary evidence.
I hit my head on the fireplace, and I was out unconscious for about 45 minutes. I woke up and made it to the phone and called my parents, and they came and took me to the hospital. And they x-rayed my head.
They thought I had no brain.
From
Suspecting, I suppose, a skull fracture,
yeah,
right?
yeah, but there was no skull fracture. It was fine. But the doctor came running through ER yelling, "How did you get this metal in your head?" Well, I had no idea, neither did my parents. I've never had a head injury to where I could get metal in my brain.
The radiologist's report indicates an oval metallic object of unknown origin is lodged in the parasagittal region of
I
the
bet
woman's
she didn't
brain.
get an MRI. It'd have been like 10 times
The
worse.
official hospital report goes on to state, the appearance is unusual for an artifact, and certainly the pattern would be worthy of pursuit. Skeptics insist that reports of alien abductions are the product of some mass subconscious hysteria. But if they are fantasies, how do we explain the radiologist report? UFO researchers do share some common ground with the academic establishment.
I was gonna say, I was like, if they did an MRI on her, that would have been.
Just north of
Yeah,
Boston,
that's kind of.
Massachusetts,
It's finding a piece of metal in your head. That's no big deal.
Assay or Beta project is an ambitious scientific search for extraterrestrial intelligence. A joint project of Harvard University and the Planetary Society of Pasadena, California. This radio telescope is listening for a signal from outer space. Nearly all objects in space generate.
If someone puts a coin in my sandwich, it'll go into my
These
brain.
waves are monitored by Beta on 250.
Oh no, I see. It'll kill me when I get an MRI.
and green spikes.
You have no faith in yourself that you wouldn't You have no faith in yourself that you wouldn't eat that coin or immediately figure out there's a coin in that sandwich.
Civilizations, a strong radio beacon would be a logical way to say hello. Should Beta spot an unusually strong and steady signal, its powerful computer would peg it as an alien radio beacon. Dr. Paul Horowitz of Harvard University directs the project.
Life elsewhere in the universe, guaranteed. Life elsewhere in our galaxy of 400 billion stars, guaranteed. Intelligent life elsewhere in the universe, guaranteed. Intelligent life elsewhere in our galaxy, so overwhelmingly likely that I'd give you any odds you like. I think the tough part is...
Oh yeah.
Is the intelligent life interested?
Definitely.
Are
Viper.
they sending messages by
People who bring the handgun in the MRI. Classic.
at a power level sufficient for us to detect?
They try to do any of that gay stuff like scan my body. No way. Well, I brought my handgun.
Jeff Meldrum has returned from Bigfoot country
It's just
to his lab
insane.
in Idaho. He's back just in time.
Yeah, I think the MRI like
Tests on the Bigfoot
caused the
hair
person to shoot themselves. Basically, the gun like went off.
The hair strands
Very
from
American.
Northern California are strikingly similar to alleged Sasquatch samples from other states. DNA studies will soon compare the hair with samples taken from gorillas.
If in fact the DNA compares most closely to the living great apes, then it's strong evidence that that Bigfoot is in fact part of a
Back to
very
Bigfoot.
early ape lineage that gave rise to the modern living apes, such as chimps and gorillas.
The initial results of the DNA
Not getting any
tests
black
did
cards.
confirm the hair samples from Northern California are of animal, not human origin. and are not of any species known to exist in North America.
I don't know about that one. I feel like that's a pretty big statement to make, that you didn't understand what the hair fibers were.
They tell us there are no more mysterious creatures to be found on Earth, and yet we keep finding them. In 1994, a new species of animal is captured in Vietnam, called the saula. It's the largest new mammal to have been discovered in the past 50 years. That same year, another deer-like creature, the giant muntjac, is found in nearby Laos.
Yeah, we didn't understand it, therefore it's something brand new. It's not quite the same.
Uncover a meteor from Mars.
Oh, I remember this.
In 1996, they announced that evidence of alien life forms is embedded in its surface.
Yeah, that was crazy. When they found bacteria on the Mars rock.
Based on these spectacular revelations,
But it was like dead bacteria.
what unexplained mysteries await us still.
Oh man. Stacker is such a scam. I don't know why I play it every time.
Not by any means. Will there be other encounters? The answer is yes. It's only a matter of time and space.
You get it? Oh, I hit the shovel. Shit. Yeah, that was Mysteries of the Unexplained. What do you think? I guess we can listen to this. It was like such a light documentary. I guess that's what you get from the light reading of Reader's Digest, huh? Like, straight can't get those. That sucks. Try this one more time. One more time. Hours of the Paranormal, huh? Anomalocris? I should add it to my list. We're about to call this stream because oh my god, it's been like 4 hours. But I mostly just wanted to watch 3 things. But I'm wondering here. I might call it here. I'm a little tired. I want to lay down. Oh, I forgot to pick up my ticket. Shred them. Let me finish up the game. Thank you. The other 3D cat litter box. I'm not that good at it though. I've never been able to get the top score on it. So you only get like 80 tickets? Come on. I should finish up my Dunko rounds actually. Because I have like so many cards and I haven't cashed them in yet. Let's watch the James Doohan one.
Controversial evidence and theories that suggest we're not alone in the universe. If these theories prove... Hi, I'm James Doohan. In the next hour, we'll examine the controversial evidence and theories that suggest we're not
I don't actually know what this one's called.
If these theories prove to be true, the implications are staggering. In recent times, there have been more reported UFO sightings than ever before. For centuries, these crafts have remained a mystery until now. The footage you're about to see is a startling photographic account that sheds light on the greatest question of our century. Are we really alone? In the past decade, over 15 million people have reportedly witnessed extraterrestrial.
Probably won't watch the full thing, but we'll see.
Remarkable is that contemporary science has ignored the evidence that for thousands of years has been.
You finally arrived.
Show bed.
Our records don't show from
Show bed
where.
bug. Show bed bug. Show bed bug. Show bed bug. Show bed bug.
It was the largest mass UFO sighting in history. Mexican officials even held press conferences asking the public to remain calm. What's more amazing is that these sightings are still occurring even today. In what may be one of the most revealing interviews of our time, nuclear physicist Bob Lazar speaks candidly about his top secret work at the government's saucer research facility known as Area S4. In 1989, he was hired by the military to back-engineer the propulsion system of an extraterrestrial craft.
Wait, what was that footage
ET
from?
craft do exist. Something had to build them, so there must be aliens. And since there are, and the craft were there must be some sort of factory and an entire civilization somewhere. And if in fact that is true, and it apparently is, then there must be others.
Contact cases are by far the rarest type of UFO sighting. In these instances, a ship or a number of ships are repeatedly sighted by a single witness over an extended period of time. Over the last several years, a Miami resident named Adrienne had what is now considered one of the best documented contact cases.
The music is so sinister.
At first, the sightings began occurring at some distance from his home, but it wasn't long before the craft began appearing over his backyard. This amazing video footage shows a glowing disc approximately 9 feet in diameter hovering just feet from his house. In a blink of an eye, the craft disappears. Once the footage is slowed down,
I like that one.
we can clearly see the craft dematerialize frame by frame.
I've never seen this one. This is sick. A good sighting.
Case took
Fucking
place
terrifying.
over a period of several years and was never reported to the authorities for fear of ridicule and reprisals. Among the numerous hours of footage taken, this sighting remains one of the most dramatic. It began at 10:03 p.m. on October the 20th, 1995, and took place over a 50-minute period. The encounter ended with Adrienne following the craft at high speeds down the freeway. Here we see the craft minutes after the sighting begins. This extraordinary footage has never been broadcast and is being shown here for the first time.
Whoa, really?
Clearly, we can see the craft hovering silently over the homes below.
Hey, maybe this one's got teeth.
These large crafts are commonly referred to as beam ships, or in some cases, motherships. They gained their reputation by their reported immense size and softly glowing light emitted by the craft's operation. Approximately 38 minutes into the sighting, the ship began hovering away from his house. He followed the craft in his car and stopped along the freeway to film it hovering near an apartment complex. Minutes later, the craft flew directly over Miami's International Airport, where it hovered momentarily. The ship then flew into a residential area and accelerated out of sight. As the craft emerged from a wooded field, he was able to continue videotaping, but it wasn't long before it began accelerating again. While pacing it at over 50 miles an hour, it flew off out of sight. This slow-motion enhancement clearly shows the craft as it's speeding along the shoreline. To this day,
That's pretty impressive, I gotta say.
maintains he is still experiencing the reoccurring sightings. Since then, they have frequently appeared in UFO sighting reports. This cigar-shaped craft was filmed hovering in Rhode Island in 1967. A similar elongated UFO was videotaped in 1980 in the skies over Hagen, Germany. These pictures of a cigar-shaped UFO were taken in California. This UFO was photographed in Earth's orbit. Crowds gathered in Krasnodar, Russia, to marvel at this luminous cigar-shaped UFO.
I don't want any of these
This
cards,
dramatic
actually.
footage was later broadcast on Soviet television. The evidence is overwhelming. No single program in history has ever amassed such a compelling collection of footage. will use computer analysis, optical enhancement, and expert testimony to help bring the truth to light. But first, when did these sightings begin? The evidence suggests that mankind has been visited since the dawn of time. Recently, researchers point to one undeniable event that sparked the largest wave of sightings in history, the detonation of the atomic bomb. Unknowingly, we had sent an invitation to the universe, establishing ourselves as
Okay,
an advanced civilization.
this might be too much. I don't know. This one's all over the place.
Such a civilization might observe that on Earth we now have atomic bombs. We should therefore expect at this time above all to behold such visitation.
As early as 1947, alien craft began responding to our open invitation by arriving in large numbers. If advanced civilizations wanted to monitor our nuclear technology, New Mexico was the place to be. Because of its remote location, New Mexico was the site of the military's atomic research and testing. Post-war missile tests were conducted at White Sands, and Roswell was home to the only atomic bomber squad in the world. To date, the biggest day in Roswell's history remains, July 2nd, 1947, when Mac Brazel, a rancher who lived just outside of Roswell, was startled that
Ashley.
evening by a loud
Good.
explosion outside.
How's it going?
The following day,
Coin game and watching UFO documentaries.
made
Guess
an
you could call them.
astounding discovery. Spread over an area 100 yards wide and 3/4 of a mile long was crash debris. Under top secret security, the debris was collected down to the smallest piece. The base commander had already ordered a press release announcing they had recovered a flying disc. As the news traveled around the world, the phones began to ring off the hook back at the base. The Air Force quickly realized the implications of their hasty press release and issued a cover story. In a press conference held the next day, a metallic
there's that photo
reflector
again.
was displayed for the reporters as proof the incident was nothing more than a downed weather balloon. Recently declassified government top-secret documents
I gotta
confirmed
keep
the
playing
Roswell
Dunko if
incident.
they're gonna drop cards
The
on me.
report states on July 7th, 1947, a secret operation had begun to assure recovery of the wreckage of an alien craft for scientific study. The Roswell incident caught the military off guard. Faced with the fear of widespread public panic, the government began the largest covert operation in history. Their objective was twofold. First, research the alien visitors and their craft, and second, divert the public's attention away from the subject of UFOs. In response to the Roswell crash, then-President Harry Truman formed a special investigative team of 12 hand-picked scientists and military officers to manage the situation. Secretly known as Majestic 12 or MJ-12, the panel's directive was to research
Finally,
the
a black
UFO
card.
phenomenon and keep it out of the public eye. Recently, private lawsuits and the Freedom of Information Act allowed for the release of many top-secret documents from this era. These once top-secret papers also clearly describe multiple alien vehicle recovery operations and civilian sighting reports. Even seemingly insignificant alien encounters were documented in great detail and were treated as an issue of national security. At the end of MJ-12's preliminary investigation, General
Majestic
Nathan
12.
F. Twining issued a top-secret memo relating their findings. The memo stated that, quote, "The phenomenon is something real and not visionary or fictitious. There are objects probably approximating the shape of a disc, of such appreciable size as to appear to be as large as man-made aircraft, yet circular or elliptical in shape, flat on the bottom and domed on the top, and making no associated sound." In his report, the general described the
Finally, a
alien
set of
craft
cards.
as capable of extreme maneuverability and very evasive when sighted or contacted by friendly aircraft. By the early 1950s, the public was fully aware of the growing UFO phenomenon. As the number of sightings increased, the government began more research. The alien craft represented a technological advantage, and if the government was to maintain
bad, not
national
bad. That's pretty
security,
good.
they had to control the situation.
So many
But
cards,
the
I need to
number
get all of them.
Sightings made the job impossible. The public demanded an explanation.
There have been a certain percentage of this volume of reports that have been made by credible observers of relatively incredible things. It is this group of observations that we now are attempting to resolve.
It was sightings like this one filmed in Kentucky that made the situation impossible to contain. The military
Looks like a
had
weather
no choice
balloon.
but to try and explain the UFO
Or a hot
sightings.
air balloon, I mean.
Photos like these fueled public interest.
Fuck, I'm
This
internalizing the
sequence was
propaganda.
taken of a disc-shaped craft flying off the coast of the island of Trinidad. The pictures were taken by an official photographer of the Brazilian Navy aboard the naval training ship Almirante Saldanha. After the official analysis proved the craft was 120 feet in diameter, the Brazilian president presented the photographs in a press conference. During the early 1950s, sightings were being reported in record numbers. The Air Force could barely handle the overwhelming volume of calls. If the government was to maintain secrecy, they would have to collect their own information.
He's so alarmist.
The first UFO tracking project was installed in Alaska. The Air Force installed sophisticated cameras and detection equipment aboard specialized reconnaissance planes to retrieve the best possible information on the UFOs. The project was placed under the command of Lieutenant Colonel Wendell Stevens.
I remember one report where an object got in behind the trailing edge of the large wing and ahead of the smaller wing in the position, open position there, and remained
This
for
part
2
in
or 3
black and
minutes,
white.
and they got pictures with all of the movie cameras and the handheld cameras, including the 8x10 Fairchild camera. All of the data that was recorded by this special equipment, the cartridges, cassettes, rolls of film, and everything, after a mission with an encounter, was removed from the canisters and the equipment items and packed in a metal box and chained to an officer's wrist and flown to Washington that night. And this happened on a frequency of about 3 or 4 times a month for the whole year and a half that I was doing this in Alaska.
Despite the military's ongoing efforts to divert public attention, the UFO phenomenon took center stage. Aliens made their debut at the World's Fair.
Oh, these are
and the public
expensive
was
as
treated
shit.
to a seemingly endless wave of alien movies.
This Island Earth, huh?
Many wondered why UFOs hadn't made their presence known by buzzing the nation's capital, as they had done in the movies. In July 1952, that's exactly what happened, and it happened twice. The New York Times reported formations of glowing discs maneuvered over the Capitol as eyewitnesses on the ground snapped pictures. Radar operators clocked the UFO speeds up to 7,000 miles per hour. 1 week later, the discs returned. The Air Force said what people had seen was a temperature inversion. The pictures tell a different story. A special session was held
sucks.
in the Pentagon to deal with the situation. The result was a bold new program. Now the military's protocol focused on training and debunking or scientifically disproving the growing phenomenon. They thought discrediting the sightings would decrease the public interest, and so the cover-up began.
On the next sci-fi project.
Aww. Wanted to learn about Stargate.
First of all, to try to determine if the UFO phenomenon presents a threat to the security of the United States. And second, to determine if the UFO phenomenon exhibits any technological advances which could be channeled into research and development.
There's nothing to hide.
There's nothing to hide at all.
Although congressmen questioned the program, no official conclusions were given. Project Blue Book continued as its research explained sightings like these as seagulls and swamp gas. Many people were not satisfied with these explanations.
The Air Force itself has officially admitted that flying saucers exist. This statement appears in Project Saucer case number 75.
Project Blue Book was abruptly terminated in 1969. Of the 10,000 cases officially investigated, only a few remained a mystery. The height of the Cold War ushered in the space race. Suddenly, America found itself in a heated competition with Russia to put a man on the moon. America's attention was focused on NASA as space exploration became the nation's top priority. But as NASA soon found out, the Russians weren't the only ones who were watching.
We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other thing, not because they are easy, but because they are hard.
It was a race like mankind had never seen before. Who would be the first to conquer the vast distances of space? But what MJ-12 and the Air Force already knew, NASA was finding out for themselves. NASA's official policy is that it is not engaged in any UFO research. But NASA's own logs showed that practically all of their early Gemini and Apollo missions encountered UFOs.
The Space Force, really?
NASA released UFO footage taken by their astronauts in lunar and terrestrial
Too hard.
orbit. This film was taken by astronaut James McDivitt aboard Gemini 4. The next day, he snapped this photo of a cylindrical UFO in Earth's orbit. One day before the historical landing on the moon on July 20th, 1969, the Apollo 11 crew filmed luminous discs in orbit around the moon. On an Apollo 12 film, a bright object was observed flying around the lunar surface with great speed.
Right,
Here,
really?
a gigantic dome-shaped disc was filmed in stationary orbit above the moon's
Oh, the
surface.
Space Force.
Here we see two UFO that have landed on the lunar surface. When we magnify the image, we can see the discs in great detail. Even though NASA doesn't officially recognize the alien craft, it has its own extensive written policies governing contact with extraterrestrial life forms. In the mid-1970s, NASA launched the Viking probe. Its mission was to map the surface of Mars. Viking relayed back these pictures of unexplainable structures from the Cydonia region of the planet. Viking's
Not real.
low-orbit pass photographed these structures in detail, revealing several giant pyramids and what appears to be a face carved in
These got
stone.
debunked like 20 years ago. It was just like, oh yeah, it's just shitty resolution.
Over a mile and a half in length. NASA was quick to respond to the public's claims that they had discovered the proof of an alien civilization. The official explanation for the structures was that the pictures contained missing data and Viking's cameras could not transmit the remaining information. Despite NASA's official position, many astronauts have come forward with their own UFO encounters. James Lovell, Deke Slayton, James McDivitt, Wally Schirra, Gordon Cooper, and others have gone public with their encounters. In
Oh, really?
1978, Gordon Cooper wrote a letter to the United Nations panel on UFOs stating that
Oh,
these
there's something
are
good about Starfield.
extraterrestrial vehicles visiting from other planets. In March 1989, the crew of the Space Shuttle Discovery may have had its own close encounter. A ham radio operator claims that he picked up the voice of the shuttle pilot, Colonel
I think I got it.
speaking
No,
on
not
a
even
secret
close.
NASA channel.
Houston, this is Discovery. We still have the alien spacecraft under absorbance.
NASA maintains that this
Come
is
on,
not
man.
Colonel Blaha's voice. Another space shuttle mission filmed
Yeah,
several
we have
discs
this.
in
We have the
high-altitude
secret alien
orbit,
craft.
traveling at several thousand miles
We're operating on a
per hour.
frequency that anyone can hear.
Thereafter, NASA began scrambling all shuttle transmissions. Despite the evidence, NASA maintains their official position and has explained these encounters as space debris.
That's hilarious.
or spatial
Oh, come on,
anomalies.
Goblet. That's so sad. I thought maybe they'd be like, we made a tourist thing out of it. Like,
Attention away from the UFO phenomenon. Incidents like the Vietnam War and Watergate aided the government's debunking program. By the early 1970s,
Yeah,
UFOs
yeah.
were no longer the topic of national interest. But despite the government's successful efforts, the sightings continued to increase in numbers. Some experts believe that this is the world's best UFO film. It was taken by Matt
that's my
Lane
favorite,
Rutherford
Koji,
in
is
Silver
the
Springs,
space
Maryland.
landing was faked, and it's like, and they left the number 2 on a rock or whatever. That's so funny.
Over his backyard. Scientists examined the footage and concluded the craft appeared to be maneuvering in its own gravitational field. Took this picture of a metallic craft as it circled his house. In 1978, a terrified housewife in Spain snapped a picture of these UFOs while watching the sunset. This
Scientists
footage was
concluded
taken
it.
by an Australian TV crew on December the 31st, 1978. This luminous domed craft appeared to have a rim around the center and 2 large portholes. It maneuvered at such an incredible speed it left this track on a single frame of film. No known conventional aircraft can fly at such speeds. In 1978, the United Nations released statistics showing that since 1947, 63,144 UFO sightings were reported. That's approximately 1 every 4 hours. Even President Jimmy Carter had his own alien encounter. While governor of
Oh,
Georgia,
I'm sure he did.
filed this 7-page UFO report stating he spotted a glowing object hovering for 12 minutes in the skies over Georgia. The report was personally signed by Carter himself. This dome-shaped craft was filmed by a television crew from New Zealand in January 2nd, 1979. We can clearly see the craft from the top. The disc appears to be rotating while emitting a blue glow.
What?
An identical craft was photographed in 1952 by
Yeah, we
a
can see
Brazilian
it clearly.
journalist in Rio de Janeiro.
Still dot.
Here we see the dome is visible from 2 angles and the side is surrounded by large portholes.
Do we
this
know that?
sighting was filmed from the parking lot of the Rio Casino Hotel in Las Vegas, Nevada. When the footage was enhanced, a disc-shaped craft can be seen with a dome on the top and a series of portholes surrounding the craft. In 1991, this footage made worldwide headlines. These 2 discs were videotaped in a suburban neighborhood just outside Ottawa, Canada. Both UFOs
One of those
landed
looks like
in
a
what
cop
appears
car.
to be a prearranged site. This footage became known as the Guardian sighting. In 1991, eyewitnesses screamed as a photographer took this picture off Manhattan Island as a disc emerged from the river and flew off. This craft was photographed rising out of the water in Australia as it docked with a smaller dark object. This UFO was spotted in Denver, Colorado as witnesses watched from a neighbor's backyard. In the mid-1990s, startled eyewitnesses filmed these craft as they hovered silently in the night skies. In the months following, similar craft were videotaped on 3 different continents.
I guess.
It was rare
So,
that
hey, Banksy.
sightings like these gained much national attention. But President
Like,
Ronald
the
Reagan's
quality is
speech
so
to
low.
students at Falston High School soon changed all that.
Suddenly there was a threat to this world from some other species, from another planet, outside in the universe. We'd forget all the little local differences that we have between our countries.
2 years later, President Reagan made international headlines when he repeated the alien theme to the General Assembly of the United Nations.
Perhaps we need some outside universal threat to make us recognize
Isn't this the plot to
common
Watchmen?
bond. I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world.
President Reagan's speeches started the public asking questions again. The Cold War era created a defense industry based solely on high technology. As the stealth bombers rolled off the assembly line, rumors surfaced that the military was test flying recovered alien craft at a secret government base known as Area 51. If the military was going to test fly alien craft, Area 51 was the perfect place to do it. Located some 125 miles outside of Las Vegas, it is one of the least populated expanses in the United States. Area 51 is surrounded on 3 sides by military testing grounds and hidden from public view behind the Groom Mountain Range. This Russian satellite photo shows the base as it appeared in the 1960s. Since then, satellite images have shown
Okay.
the base.
There's
has
still another hour
expanded
on this. I
immensely.
can't do this. I'm so
Only
tired.
a handful of photographs of the base exist, and until recently, the government officially denied its existence. This rare and never
Sucks because this is like the best. This has been the best one so far. I like this one the most. It's so alarmist, but
But in the mid-1980s, the government seized the adjacent public land, closing off all access to any prying eyes.
oh, it's just been a long
Sophisticated
stream.
detection equipment monitors the public BLM land surrounding the base, and private security forces patrol to deter any unwanted lookers. These unmarked black helicopters.
Oh yeah,
are
this
used
is
to pass automobiles,
this is
scaring
Scotty
off
from
UFO
Star Trek.
busts hoping to snap a photo.
Here, one sec. Let me pause it. Yeah, it's James Doohan. It's long enough. It's dark outside now. Maybe we should do the dishes so I do something today that's not just playing video games and laying around. I guess that's what you're supposed to do when you're sick. Yeah, I know. I know. Ugh. My one weakness is I care too much, you know. But I think we'll call it here. Thank you for coming out, everybody. Thank you for watching UFOs with me. For playing UFOs with me. Let me find someone to raid here, but in the meantime, I'll be back Sunday, probably. To do the, you know.
Show bedbug.
To do my thing. Oh, you can see my legs there. We don't want that. Why did it move? What the hell? Oh, I know why that moved. Alright, yeah. Anyway. But, for now, I'll be back Sunday to do my tier list for the stuff I beat in 2023. And
Show bedbug.
maybe play something else. I haven't quite figured out what I want to play this weekend, but as you can tell, I'm really not too connected to what I've been playing recently. Not connected, but I've been nearly as picky, so it's been nice. We'll go raid Jal. Jal is streaming The Grinch for, I think this is Wii. No, this can't be Wii. This has to be a Sony system. I've never seen this awful Grinch game before, but we'll go. They do love their awful Grinch games, so. I so rarely stream when Jal is streaming, or I'm able to watch when Jal is streaming, so. But have a good one. It's not the PS1 Grinch. Maybe it is. It's a little too nice for PS1 Grinch. Anyway, maybe it's I don't know. You'll have to ask. Anyway, have a nice night, everybody.